which the Kabbalah of the Hebrews is applied to mathematics, producing a kind of sacred geometry. What we can see Dee doing is actually applying techniques from Kabbalistic theories for the manipulation of Hebrew, and then applying them to geometry to produce what I would call a Pythagorean Kabbalah, or I think we might call today sacred geometry. If you're interested in what I'm calling the Pythagorean Kabbalah of the Monastir Glyphica, is going to develop this exact line of thinking in much greater detail in his 1570 preface to the first English edition of Euclid's Elements. So if you're interested in this Pythagorean Kabbalah, he's going to talk a great deal more about that there. So I would check out that 1570 preface if you're more interested in this angle of Dee's thinking, specifically the idea here of sacred geometry. These first two sentences, the Kabbalah of the Hebrews, as Dee notes it, that is to say, the manipulation of the Monastir Glyphica using these mechanisms developed from Hebrew Kabbalah, and also this Pythagorean Kabbalah, the development of sacred geometry, comprise what I think he refers to in the preface of the Monastir Glyphica as the, quote, Kabbalah of what is said. It is this Kabbalah that is able to capture nature into a powerful sign, and through the manipulation of that sign, reveal new secrets about the fundamental nature of reality itself. But it's important to note what the limits of this method are. While one can read the book of nature, a not uncommon idea from the medieval and early modern period, Dee wants to go beyond merely reading the book of nature, even if the book of nature can be said to reveal hidden secrets about the fundamental structure of reality. This method is still ultimately limited for Dee. It's still kind of passive analysis of nature, regardless of the kinds of secrets it may reveal to the reader. Again, one is reading the book of nature. Nature remains static, and despite the fact that the magus or the sage can extract secrets from nature, to Dee, in the Monastir Glyphica, this is still severely limited. Dee wants to press beyond this analytic discursive method to a much more powerful use of the monad itself. Dee denotes this final, highest, most powerful form of Kabbalah, which he calls the Kabbalah of the real, or what I prefer to render as Kabbalah of being. It is through this Kabbalah that Dee is going to show that the hieroglyphic monad can not only reveal the hidden secrets of nature, but can actually be used to manipulate and reform nature itself. Dee will go so far as to argue that given the power of the monad to understand and manipulate reality, one can actually forego astronomical observation and alchemical experimentation. But the structure and the procession of the heavens, in the very fabric of reality through alchemical experimentation, can be revealed and purified through the use of the hieroglyphic monad itself. Dee's plan is nothing if not bold. For him, not only will the monads reveal the fundamental reality of nature, but it will harness and redeem the cosmos itself. It is this final form of Kabbalah, what Dee calls the Kabbalah of being, in which semiotics, representations, and being, ontology, are forged into one powerful sign, capable of both understanding reality but also manipulating it and reforming it. It is this final, singularly powerful form of Kabbalah, what Dee calls the Kabbalah of being, that we're going to explore in our final, for now, episode on the Monastir Glyphica. This Kabbalah will not only allow the user of the Monastir Glyphica to understand reality, but it will actually give them the power to transform it. If you're interested in alchemy and occult symbolism, make sure to subscribe. This is part of the series both on alchemy and on occult symbolism and language here on Esoterica. So we spend a lot of time exploring these topics, so if you're interested, make sure to stick around. So next time, we turn to John Dee's Kabbalah of being in the Monastir Glyphica. Until then, I'm Dr. Justin Sledge. You've been watching Esoterica, where we explore the arcane science, history, and philosophy.
This is girl that question my daughter's name. They would be my wife on again at December George, and she loves kicking grandma beans off and suitcase and wrestling. So what would you recommend? Get her some kickboxing, keep it fun, have her hit the pads, hit the bag. Don't make it too serious. I definitely would get her into jiu-jitsu. Tyler, what do you think of the offer pros and outs of the beef and what they're not seen it. I've seen it. I've seen it. It's just so much better, Michael. So much better. Yo, dude, guys. Girl, period. About the baseline. Dude, that was so great. The zero draw. So she says the zero draw is the you've never seen one before. 1,000% draw. I felt Chris is so glad I said that about Mr. B's and another year because I was the only person who loved him so much his show. It's just something about him that doesn't seem right. I don't know what it is. He's probably a great guy. I don't know what it is. My spidey sense is going off as a dad. I don't know what it is. Hey, God says I'm a huge fan of Rose, man. I love the bad days after the DDP fight. He was whining about it. I love Rose because they're like non-shoes throwing his hands out of the ref. Yeah, but from his standpoint, just think about getting hit in the eye. Also, your shoes and stuff on your finger. Marshall says, Brad, do we know what Bo's fighting next? No, sir. Patrick says, but did you get that wisdom belt? Nothing this time. I literally just won that with executive bonus. Rampy says, if Islam handles Gary, do you fancy him fighting Strickland? Let me give you the first division champ. If Islam handles Gary, no, there's work to do there. There's only contenders there. The 85's already we're good. I don't like when guys keep jumping around, mix things up. I'm going to go 70, 85. Yeah, Imhoff, them other guys there. Trey says, what up, B? Why does it feel like cartoon trash? Yeah, it's not great. I don't know what's up with that. I think there's even just that main event that's going to sell everybody. It'd be nice if they. Crab Street says I should have $3,000 PC set up for $500 with steel. Big Rick says I'm going to use an RAF, making more on underdog New Zealand returns. No, sir. He's not a bigger guy. I said, big talent was the class. Kevin Girl says, I'm not super familiar with Mr. Beast yet. If you're under 18, or I'm sorry, over 18, you're probably not super familiar with him. You know who he is, but you know which his content. I guess it's yeah, something like that. They're going to stoop for Sterling. That division. Jason Ag, Big Brad, you see our guy, the brother, the TK with 329 coming, Big Man, which is the brother. Not yet, guys. Please let him go. Please, I beg you. Backstream says, you think the Red Bull Super Bowl night champion? In LA for the Super Bowl night champion? That'd be lit. God, Super Bowl's tough. They can do it, though. Especially if my boy, Garrett. Guys, just listen to all this action. Says maybe get a case and swap it for the Bears this week. Yeah, good for you, brother. Thank you for your donation, Red. Yeah. Sir, what are your thoughts on our brand new drive? But obviously he's a great cat, it's just so active and stuff to care about him. Yeah, I can understand how fans I'm not there yet. I'm annoyed with, when I see him on streams and doing this and doing that, and doing RF, nonstop. It's like, buddy, let's get back in the mode. You're fucking. Let's get it. Stone says, see the whole clip of the team at Range Junior talking shit with Sugar. He's talking big shit. Should let him know. You just end up being another example. Yeah, Sugar's a beast. Slow Fit B, would you have had a better career? B, who would have had a better career? GSP if you went to AK, without Red Fernandez, would you be if you were twice? They're both legends. Which makes sense. Wise, Tim was saying something about maybe trying to get Tommy and Brad protected. Yeah, I hate that. Especially when he's not getting paid to fight the Undertakers. Rich not get a permit set up officially. Me and Chris's new buddy Vince at the new studio. Not too hard. And it's me. Just that cage that's just flying. Maverick says, watch the top Tommy Kevin said last night. Shit, he's not ready for top 10, but I'm with love. Yeah, watch that fight. That same style would be insert Max Holloway, insert whoever the fuck you want. You'd be. Watch out, we got some pair with a few fractions, a few more fights in the octagon. It could be a problem. I don't watch that whole gym. Kevin Girl says it's kind of crazy that for this CBG, I think Rich's main event is going to be Diego versus Eli Nero. Reese says, with your little guy Jericho, you must have a number right there. Jericho back in the 90s when it came in black and red. Can't, it's enough. Just can't drink for other songs. Stand that night. Tomcat, I took my first Emmy fight since 5 years ago. 2 months. Any advice? I took my first Emmy fight since 5 years ago. 3-1. What's your background? What did you say? David says, me and my wife was tripping out over the soccer player doing the stuff raccoon. I told her, no, you were the first. That's right. That's a pretty awesome thing. Hey, Doug, doesn't explain why Camaro was still his hand up to get that kick. That was weird. It's also good costume. Alright, I still think we need a man at 45 and then the fries down there. He had this idea that guys can just go weight classes to be better, and then they'll judge them a certain way, but losing weight, that's just not very few cases, maybe, but in general, these guys are at the weight class for a reason. B1005 says this was always tonight's card in my I was trying to get in LA tomorrow because Thursday, Alice will come. I know what's your prediction for Charles too. I think Charles beats him by 7. That's sold. TJ's coach chemistry camps. I think Darwin beats him. Like Ross, this one is a fun match. This one would have to get. He'd have to be like a JDM, which I think they should do next one. Phillips has agreed on Miller with threat number 45. He looks at you. Drew says, hey, maybe what's your intel? He gets up at the way. Could be from that score. Wyatt says, I just realized the speed is ultra popular, but not my cup of tea. Yes. Mercer says, Shane Gill's working records. Yes, sir. Kim Girl says, I think he's the best since what you do. I think he is. Sean, what's good, man? What up? Captain 420 is Michael Miller Page still fighting UFC. He is. There's a lot of fun fights in Gill. I don't know what's going on with him. He's a shit UFC. All good. You got to take up on the party. Sean J. Murph, any word on Richard or ladies' night Goldberg? I haven't heard. Right back to EB, you should think about Sean's good. Oh, yeah, man. Mayo still with Ray? No, sir. We parted ways. Let's go do that. I think, man, looking at it yesterday, that ghost one was fun. That ghost is good for worse. Some of the monsters are good, some of the rains are good. Gorilla Miner, it's fantastic. Cody says Rampage streams. David T86, so cool from MVP saying his next fight is his last for this country. Good chance. Jose, how about Miller versus Delgado? Just be flashy. I like that. That's a cool segment. Beats him with your dream with Black Ceilings. They had a hell of a thing going back in the day. I did. Garrett here. I trained with Bigfoot Silva. And then we had some good rounds, some good grappling, wrestling. And then the next day, this is when I was getting ready for Big Dog. And the next day, I called the Jews. I was seeing him. I'm like, cool. And then I'm like, where the fuck? He just didn't show up. I'm like, all right, maybe it's come up. Next day, he didn't show up. And then I saw a picture of ID of him and Big Dog trying to kill him. So it was cool. But also, I get it. Let's stick together. That did make me feel good. This was championship, but no, it's if you beat JD, I think you'll get a shot against his life. Jim Ray, what up, Shab? I like the short snakes. Brother, which ones these are Jackson's? C-Dog says, what up, B? It's my second live since you became a member. I started the Helium Comedy Club. Was that Portland? I came to the stream with the Nikes. You wore them on stage. Hell yeah, think about it. Anthony says, why does Chael keep saying that John can fight Fred Stave if he wanted to? He says people think that contracts are exclusive. They what? Or John has the ambition. Jared, some people's dating getting too much. Too much. Colin Cody, when you see my big old Diet Coke fan. Right, my team, not gonna lie, UFC 330 as a card is not. Drew says, Connor thinks he can come back in a year. Best case is to see Oliver Key back in there. ACL's back, especially when he's down. You know what I'm saying? How about a year and a half? Realistic, 2 years would be ideal, but a year and a half. Tim Doctor says, Tom Rivers named the trade perfect style matchup. I like it. I like it. Marshall Brandhouse, Tiger Basketball, they're great. They're great. Tiger has football damn near every night. Buses get up for football. Brothers just harass them all. She's awesome. Nicholas, we're going to get BBC 157 House TV to buy. Show me, kill me. I can hardly bench at the moment. Go to Merrick. Needs Merrick Health. Go to Merrick. You got to have blood work done. They can't be snapped like a gross, like your shoulder or shit right off there. You got to get your blood work to make sure it works with your body. And then you know you're getting legit BBC 157. There's a lot of bullshit. Anthony was just saying, hey, what's up, what up, bud? Jose says, hey, Secretary Jose here had to fire him because he threatened me with a ban. BB Craig just got out of the start of the name on the diet, baby. Freeze Clan, Patty's almost back. They'll title fight with another, but if Arn is next, let's do Pettigrew Straws for Bay Bath. Big title fight. Betcha Brothers. Patty Elliott. Jess Serrano says, no, Mr. Beast did not come up with flavor. Chicken and video showcasing futuristic technology and upside foods and existing food. Mr. Beast fan, thank you for supporting the show. Max, Alexi, who's doing Sean Brady, agree. That's a fun one. They just keep the fight close to the fight. That way, they wait so long until they have GM hard time secure contracts. Philip says, I agree with you. Take that EMJ has a legit chance of being Islam. The girl is champions need to be active. My opinion is better than the problem with those guys. Don't like those guys. Voodoo Vasey, can RF do for watching Trump Shannon show, bro. I'm watching it. And I think Sean J. Murphy was something that I DJJF in Boston, dude. That's the biggest gym I've ever seen. Kyber DC was telling me he came out, DC is a small dude. He was, I can advance everything I threw to sleep in his freaking face. His head was so big. Jake Kent, he had run it from the back of the UFC career. What would you say was your proudest moment? Is there anything you would have done different throughout your career? Proudest moment. I think Gonzaga fight. Gonzaga fight Jason Gordon. Jason Gordon was with that last one right now. So kind of like a guy who make a career doing this. And then the breaks on Chase about 10. He made the big card. That was a big deal. So there's like these milestones. And then I remember the game with Gonzaga. He just lost to Junior Santos. I don't know if you know what that. He went for a title shot. And then I remember going to that fight being like, all right, if I can't beat Gonzaga, I'm just going to be like a guy. So I beat the brakes off him for 3 rounds. I'm like, all right, now we're going to get some certain milestones. There's even milestones after that. Those two come in. Marcus Jones fight, that's a big one for me. This is a big shout out to Jim for all the hard work on the show. Captain 420 is the next pay-per-view. Is not Gary. I'm pretty sure it is, yeah. 2 weeks. Steve Lee said 87%. BMI. Want to bring the fat down, but don't want to get too small. Trying to be full. Then trying to be quick to eat. I feel you, brother. Marshall says, how does Bo beat Hobbs out? What do you update take on? Wrestling. You're on different planets when it comes to wrestling. If his world-class wrestling, if he can translate it, he beats Hobbs out all day. His cardio's better. His mental space is a lot better. If he doesn't give up. Edwin says, was talking to this nurse I met when visiting Monday. First hang, she moved out because she got invited to some father's house. Somebody selfish shit, but yeah, that's how it goes sometimes. So I got it's tough to compete with shit. Hey, dog, Curtis Blades was always has a ghost. It's a great fight. As long as he's not that, and if it comes to his coaches, if he is wrestling and doesn't decide just to stand in the ring, he'll get definitely win that fight. Omar says, you see, Mercado says that Italy was sacrificed in the White House so Spain could win the real cup. Patty says, not sure if this is set. My phone just died. To encourage my daughter, should I get involved in kickboxing myself? I'm 40, should I get involved in judo? Like 10 years ago. Yeah, man. They see you do it. It's also some fun doing your kiddos. And there's you can make way more into it if you're doing it. Mr. B says the dark side of it. Maybe when people thought that about like Mr. Rogers, like maybe when he was that, I feel you. Comic Coda says Mr. B's early work was cool. Used cars for like $3 to struggle people. 4 times down. He's very struggling with them too. His level, I can't imagine the team he has. Jared says top fights to make in the UFC. 1, Paddy Brazilian fights. 2, Strickland Brazil. 3, Hogan Brazilian. I like it. Abe says I feel like he's with a good chance at 170. He just has a setup. Those 170 contenders are strikers. For us, would be a problem, but it's a problem for everybody in the division. Steve G, Diego Garcia, it's going to be at 155 too. Yeah, I love that fight. I hope they announce that. I love that fight. That Flores says, it's whatever I say it is. Well, I've never been to UFC, so I guess it's Super Bowl now. Listen, I say a lot of things messed up. It is what it is, So my grammar's not good. Donald Gibb, the UFC needs a few more Tommy Guns. Even my wife said he's her new favorite fighter. Yes, that's why you gotta water that flower. Don't ruin it. Don't ruin it. How much fun is it going to come up on fight nights? And he's just doing the thing. He's main event fight nights, and then you put him on the number cards. Rezo style. I'm starting to like I say my name, but it's Perez Oso style, but I might change it now that I've heard you say it a couple times. Perez, I'll just call you Perez, but Normac, I think Izzy needs to pick me up fight, and I like killer guys. Agree 100%. But that's not the UFC. That's just not at his level too. How much I'm paying him. That's the thing you gotta remember. Like when you're making Izzy money, you ain't getting give me fight. Because too many cars parking there, so I think he's getting rid of the CO2 filter. What'd you say?
Hello, Caesar. How are you? I have. If I may ask, how long would you like to go today? Absolutely. And specifically, what do you think that your audience will find most interest in? Is it futurology? Is it ufology? Is it? I'll certainly cover my project, but what specifically do you think that they find most interest? Most certainly. Yeah, so if you don't mind, just like a basic outline, perhaps I'll give an introduction of who I am and what I do. I do talk a little bit about futurology and a little bit about the topics that I cover within futurology, life extension technology, and mind uploading technology. And then we can certainly go into some of the more spiritual aspects about humanity and what we believe as Jews and what perhaps just overall from a humanitarian standpoint or humanist standpoint is believed. And, then we can certainly take it from there. Um, so, specifically, if I may ask, do you ever get into ufology? Okay, absolutely. And um, because I do cover that quite a bit over the course of what I discuss. Um, and so, if we perhaps go down that road a little bit, then um, hopefully that's not a major issue. Generally, what I get asked about a lot is alien disclosure from a Judaic perspective and just a religious perspective. Like what happens when we may have disclosure? How does it affect humanity? How will it affect Judaism? So people are interested in that. And then let's see, um, we can certainly get into like what would happen if we had alien disclosure and give kind of from a Judaic perspective, a speculative perspective of what that may be. And I also very much like to, I'm a futurist, so I like to forecast perhaps where we're moving toward in the future. So I don't know if that would be of interest to your audience, but basically, if I give an overall future outlook of where we're moving from a civilization standpoint. Perhaps things like maybe some mega projects that we may be seeing, what we're going to perhaps see from 2030 to 2040, 2040 to 2050, 2050 to 2060 and beyond. Do you think they would find that? Sure, take your time. And yeah, 2030 to 2040, 2040 to 2050, 2050 to 2060 and beyond. Is this a live podcast or is it recorded? Okay, excellent. Excellent. And as I understand, using Riverside, uh, I stay in the room after we're done and let it upload, correct? I do my best to not. I will say this: I did get a new router just recently, so it may have some uh, quirkiness, but it should be okay. It actually should be faster. But if for any reason I disconnect, just know I'll rejoin immediately. Oh yes, one other thing: is it okay if we cover artificial intelligence? Okay, excellent. Well, I am ready when you are. God willing. And in my camera, do you see it correctly facing you, meaning like the writing is in the correct manner? Excellent. Okay, great. And what's the correct pronunciation of your first name? Okay, excellent. No, it's not. Some people have different variations of the name, so yeah. Absolutely. Firstly, thank you for the opportunity to be here. My name is Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. And it's a privilege to be here with you, Caesar. Yeah, so in my dwelling, I have multiple cameras that are streaming 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I don't know if you've ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother, but essentially, I give an audience a 360-degree view of what my life is like on a daily basis. We've seen over the course of the last more than 4 years that I've been doing this the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is really like a timeline or a time capsule of human achievement. And I think that it's an interesting project. In the past, I might have been a diarist, someone who writes in a diary, or a journalist, someone who writes in a journal. But in the modern age, I have the opportunity to utilize video as my medium, which I do, to give people not just a portal into what my life is like currently, but I think that I am telling a story not just about my life, but about human existence that may be studied by the people of the future. I would say that I am conscious of the fact that I am streaming, but in terms of wasting time, I think that even that may be of interest to future generations of people. So I don't rush anything necessarily, and give people really a 24/7, 365 view into my life. And just like I would have understanding as a viewer that things don't always happen as quickly as we want, I have that within my own life, and thus we see all the good and the bad that happen with an individual, whether it's laughing and happiness, or sadness and frustration. I give the world my best view of what life is like in 2026, and it's not just a story of my life. I 24 hours a day keep a radio on in the background that documents human events, world news, so that you can literally go back to any moment of any day within the last more than 4 years and know not just what was going on in my life, but what was going on in world events. So it's essentially like a timeline or a time capsule of human achievement. Oh, absolutely. I think that's a phenomenal idea, and I think you should do it. I think it would be beneficial for you, beneficial for the interviewee, and for your audience as well. You would basically be documenting life as someone experienced it, and the wisdom that perhaps would be lost would be preserved in your podcast because you had the foresight to be able to archive it. And especially today with data centers and servers throughout the world, the odds are that this type of information may be able to be saved indefinitely, which is really an exciting premise. In the past, much of the archive or the archives of human history had to be like what you're saying, on stone or on metal or something that was perhaps able to undergo fire and theft and perhaps some types of breaking or other types of environmental stresses. And we've only gotten a snapshot of what life was like in ancient times and since then. But with the advent of video and the ability to archive data, the opportunities are endless, and you'll be able to preserve that wisdom not just for the 21st century, but in centuries beyond, which I feel is a really exciting premise. So, um, if I would say, I think that you should do that in addition to the normal podcast that you do. I think that you'll find a lot of value in preserving the wisdom that would otherwise be lost. Well, I perhaps not anymore. Though some people do maybe write some things on metal. I've heard of like seed phrases for cryptocurrencies that are written on metal, but certainly not huge amounts of documents. Generally, it's either paper or now the digital age. It's just probably too difficult to be able to source that those types of materials, and then to be able to preserve them. I mean, just think if you wanted to write an entire book on perhaps stone or metal, you'd have to store it, and it would be very difficult to do so, especially in the modern age where storage can become an issue. But with the idea of scanning it or archiving it from a digital sense, the opportunities are endless, especially with the growth of the digital world. As I understand, digital data out exceeded analog data in about the year 2002. So basically, the year 2002 is very important in and around then, where the digital, the amount of data that was saved digitally actually surpassed what we had from an analytical aspect. And many people consider that to be the start of the digital age, though those are arguments neither here nor there. That is an important event where more data was archived on from a digital standpoint, then an analog standpoint, and then ever since then we've only seen a major expansion from a digital standpoint, and now 99% of most all data is digital. When 30 years ago that was not true. Well, that's an excellent question. How are these things preserved? So we have certainly organizations like Google or Amazon Web Services that have servers that have redundant backups. So there are different locations around the world that where these servers are located. So in case there's any kind of major malfunction or a war or perhaps a major environmental issue or even perhaps a meteor impact, if one of these server facilities were to either be put offline or destroyed for whatever reason, there are redundant backups around the world. So really, it would almost take the entire Earth, something catastrophic occurring. And um, I'm someone who I have certifications in big data, and specifically from Amazon Web Services, and am quite impressed with the amount of redundancy that these organizations have created in case anything ever happens. And it's really inspired my project as well. I'm not satisfied with just having one stream going at any given time. I have up to 25 different streams going 24 hours a day on multiple platforms, including Twitch and YouTube and Rumble and Twitter, you name it. Essentially, if you can stream on there, I am doing so, so that I also have redundant streams that are preserved for future generations. And if any one of my cameras goes out, I have backups. If any of my um, devices needs an update or I lose power to one of the devices, I do my best to have redundant backups. And then, if for any reason, let's say the internet goes out or something like that occurs, I have GoPros that I can archive long periods of time of my life if needed as backups as well. And I have a large collection of terabyte backups of hard drives and SD cards that I have accumulated over the course of the last near half decade that I also have to be as a backup from a digital standpoint. And uh, just just like I need to have redundant backups for my streams, these larger organizations do as well. And then we don't run into an issue like perhaps the Library of Alexandria, where much of the known knowledge of the world and many scrolls in particular were burned. And this has happened at different points in human history where perhaps major secrets and mysteries of not just human but Earth's history may have been lost. It seems as if we've been able to hopefully overcome that from a practical standpoint and be able to now in the modern age preserve much of this information, hopefully indefinitely. That's correct. Much of it is a mystery. Now we do have some like Egyptian mystery religion texts that were able to be saved, but many of the scrolls there were not. In fact, there have been other fires that have occurred in major libraries, specifically generally in the Middle East, where Fire actually has helped to preserve the documents, and that would be if we have any kind of documentation on stone tablets. Fire tends to harden them, so in some ways, fire can actually help to preserve, but generally it's destructive. But really, the questions that the scrolls, primarily in some of the ancient libraries, may have been lost and may have been lost forever, or at least within the foreseeable future. And it's a shame. And that's why with any kind of data that we have, or any kind of important document, or any type of major project, it's great to have redundancy and backups of the backups. And it does seem like with the modern server system this is done. These servers are located on different continents. They at no time, when even like they're backed up or they have uh, information being transferred, generally it's not done on multiple servers simultaneously. In case anything has occurred, the backups could be utilized if needed. And I think that that's really a wonderful way to be able to preserve this type of information to hopefully avoid any kind of data loss in the future like we've had in the past. Most certainly. So we call it the Hebrew Bible. And just to lend some clarification, uh, the the Book of Thomas, or the Gospel of Thomas, was discovered in Egypt in 1945. They were not. It was not part of the initial the Dead Sea Scrolls, which were discovered in the winter of 1946 to 1947, and this occurred along the northwestern shore of the Dead Sea, in Qumran specifically. So, but the timeline there is very close. So within about a year or so, we have the discovery of the gospel, what's traditionally known as the Gospel of Thomas, which is not, from a Christian perspective, to my knowledge, it's a non-canonical Gnostic text. Um, and then we have the Dead Sea Scrolls with their discovery in between 1946 and 1947 by, which is just an amazing story. Bedouin goat herders. I just think that that's just a phenomenal idea that some goat herders in a cave near an ancient settlement were able to find the Dead Sea Scrolls, and then really be able to find some fragments of the Book of Enoch that were discovered within that, and generally they're in Aramaic, and uh, these are these are also, at least the Book of Enoch is not part of the Hebrew Bible, but it is. Um, so generally, it's excluded from the modern mainstream biblical canons, but nevertheless was an important discovery. And with what you're saying, these are discoveries that occurred within the last 100 years, and especially with the advancements in technology, with things like lidar or ground penetrating radar, there may be other secrets that still exist in some of these areas. And you brought up another really important point. Why weren't these included in traditional religious canons? Many of the reasons had to be for diplomatic reasons, some of them had to do with consistency reasons, uh, some just really had to do with uh, perhaps uh, ensuring a certain doctrine was followed. And the people who made these decisions generally were groups of learned men. Women were generally excluded from these types of discussions. And it's unfortunate that it wasn't really a democratic process. It was very much either an aristocratic process or certainly uh, a theocratic or body that made these decisions, and who's to say that they were the correct decisions to be made? And again, who's to say that many of these important documents don't still exist in some other, perhaps, cave somewhere or underground, and many of these areas where these items are preserved are either like UNESCO heritage sites, or they're protected by one government body or another. And the ability for archaeologists to really be able to find more similar types of documents is sometimes limited. And hopefully, in the next 100 years or so, if anything else still does exist, we would perhaps be able to discover it and share it with the world, because much of this information is very interesting. Well, the idea is that the traditional books, the traditional canon of um, both Jewish and the Christian or any other type of major religion, uh, to exclude it was basically, in many ways, um, due to the fact that there were already established practices and already established traditions. And while it is something that really mainstream Judaism, and really, as I understand, most Christian denominations reject from the biblical canon, it wasn't just for one reason. There's contested authorship and dating. So the to give people an idea, who is Enoch? This is the great grandfather of Noah, and there's the thought. Most certainly, yes. And so scholars agree that this book was perhaps compiled by multiple authors. We don't know who they are, but generally between 300 before the Common Era and the first century of, before the Common Era. And perhaps there was some prophetic inspiration that was believed to have ceased, perhaps around 450 before the Common Era. Generally, at least from the Jewish perspective, scholars excluded it. There are also doctrinal clashes. The book very famously describes fallen angels, many times known as the Watchers, mating with human women to produce giants, which contradicts uh, many ideas, particularly within both Judaism and, well, but predominantly within Christianity. But some ideas of this, it doesn't necessarily contradict the entirety of either Judaism or Christianity, but um, the idea, at least within, as I understand Christianity, that angels are non-sexual beings. There is some contradiction there, and then the idea also within, I believe, as I understand, the Christian standpoint, that the early councils of the church did not view the book as divinely inspired, even though um, there are perhaps some quotes of Enochian prophecy within the religious texts of Christianity. Many of the councils determined that quoting a non biblical text did not validate the entire work as scripture. So generally, it's considered apocryphal. And though there is what you were saying, one Christian group that does consider the Book of Enoch as canonical scripture, and I believe you're correct, it's the Ethiopian Orthodox, do lend that credence to the Book of Enoch. But generally, within Judaism, it's it's not part of our Hebrew Bible, and generally within most Christian denominations, it is not considered part of their religious their canon. Though some do consider it at least apocryphal. Most certainly. Um, Most certainly, there are some really interesting aspects of it. Also, the origin of demons. Generally, mainstream scriptures don't explain where demons come from, but the Book of Enoch offers an origin story. Generally, it claims that demonic spirits are disembodied souls of the Nephilim, the what some consider to be the wicked, cannibalistic giants born from the union of the fallen angels, the Watchers, and human women. Um, Having been found in the Dead Sea Scrolls, the the complete text was thought to have been lost in Europe until it was rediscovered in Ethiopia at the towards the end of the 18th century, um, and then to be able to find multiple fragments from the book in Aramaic among the Dead Sea Scrolls towards the mid 20th century provided immense showed that it was immensely popular, perhaps during the Second Temple period. Uh, as we previously stated, there are perhaps some quotes of it within some religious denominations, but really, at least as I understand, it is, aside from in Ethiopia, it is non canonical. And the idea that we can perhaps get into of where the the origin or where we get some of these I would say that the idea of fallen angels might be of interest. So at least I can speak on this from a Judaic perspective. So, um, what we believe in our Tanakh, which is uh, the our Torah, is Torah, the five books of Moses, prophets, and writings. This is generally, basically, the idea of the fallen angel is generally understood as a heavenly being that abandons its proper role. It's a celestial being that rebels or descends improperly, and a supernatural being associated with corruption. Traditionally, this is what this is learned as. Um, the concept didn't happen immediately, it develops gradually. The Tanakh really contains very little explicit discussion. The the fullest Jewish fallen angel narratives do appear in this Enochic literature, and Rabbinic Judaism later de emphasized these traditions. So, we first probably should just understand what are we talking about, these angels in Judaism. So, the Hebrew pronunciation is malach, it's translated as messenger or emissary. Generally, angels are seen as messengers of Hashem, what we call God. They perform divine assignments. They are not independent gods, and they generally act according to divine will. The primary biblical passage we find in Bereshit, Genesis, the book of Genesis, Genesis 6. Um, so the passage is uh, it describes humanity multiplying on earth, the sons of God seeing the daughters of humanity, marriages occurring between them. This is the appearance of the Nephilim and the existence of mighty men of renown. The verse is Bereshit 6:4, Genesis 6:4. The Nephilim were on the earth in those days and also afterward, when the sons of God came to the daughters of man, and they bore children to them. These were the mighty men of old, men of renown. So, the idea, some key terms in here are sons of God, certainly Nephilim. This is many times translated as fallen ones. Those who have fallen, giants in traditional translations, are violent ones. And the great question exists: who, like, were the sons of God angels? Uh, Ancient Jewish interpretations generally argued sons of God does mean angels. Human women were the daughters of men, and the Nephilim were the offspring. There is another view of this that this could be human rulers. Many rabbinic authorities later argued that sons of God means rulers or nobles or judges. The biblical text never explicitly says angels, so it does remain somewhat of a mystery. Both interpretations have existed historically, and debate continues until today. Now, as we discussed a little earlier about the interest in this in Second Temple Judaism, there's this idea of the development of the Watchers. So basically, when we talk about Second Temple Judaism, we're talking about between 500 before the Common Era and 70 of the Common Era, essentially the fall of the Second Temple in Jerusalem. And we reviewed Bereshit 6, Genesis 6, same book, received expanded interpretation. There was detailed heavenly rebellion stories that emerged, and then this is where perhaps the Watcher tradition developed. And when we get into these Watchers, the Watchers are heavenly beings assigned to observe humanity. According to the Book of Enoch, they descend to earth, they take human wives, they produce giant offspring, and they reveal forbidden knowledge. This is the closest Jewish equivalent to fallen angels. It's not explicit; these are not explicitly named in Genesis, but these are central figures in the Enochic literature. And then within the Book of Enoch, we have um, really an expansion of Bereshit 6 or Genesis 6. So we have hundreds of watchers that descend in the book of Enoch. They swear an oath together. Humanity becomes corrupted. The giants devastate the earth. Divine judgment follows. Again, this is not part of Jewish biblical canon, but it is extremely influential during the Second Temple period. And this information was that which was found during the Dead Sea Scrolls. So basically, there's a question: what did these watchers teach? Allegedly, they taught uh, metallurgy, so weapons, armor, military technology, perhaps occult practices, sorcery, divination, astrology, perhaps cosmetics, jewelry, ornamentation, beautification techniques. These teachings symbolize corruption, and Enoch portrays knowledge being revealed improperly. The Nephilim within according to Enoch, these were the children of the Watchers and women. They're gigantic beings. They're violent rulers, and they are contributors to pre-flood chaos. This interpretation primarily comes from the book of Enoch. Genesis or Bereshit is far less detailed, and it's really not necessarily accepted by all Jewish traditions. There's a question, why does the flood occur? So the Enochic explanation is that corruption spreads, giants devastate humanity, watchers corrupt civilization, and divine judgment follows. Really, Enoch links the flood directly to the Watchers, and Genesis emphasizes human wickedness. Now, getting into the Dead Sea Scrolls, these were the ancient manuscripts that were discovered generally between 1947 and 1956. They helped to preserve the Enochic literature, they helped to preserve the Book of the Giants, and confirm Watcher traditions that were known before Christianity. And uh, really, the later Jewish view within Rabbinic Judaism is a shift of emphasis toward human responsibility, moral choices, and ethical behavior. The fallen angel speculation became less important. Human wickedness became the focus of Bereshit 6 or Genesis 6, and many rabbis preferred more neutral interpretations. Now, this does have an influence within Kabbalah, which is Jewish mysticism, or just in many definitions, just mysticism in general. So, Jewish mysticism discusses these spiritual worlds and celestial beings. It does not center on fallen angels, it focuses on divine emanation, it emphasizes cosmic repair. There's this idea that we have within Judaism, Tikkun Olam, which means prepare of the world. This is a major mystical concept, and it emphasizes restoration rather than rebellion. So, just from a Jewish perspective, it's kind of an overview of what we learned within these fallen angel discussions in the Book of Enoch. Judaism uh, does Judaism believe in fallen angels? Some ancient Jewish texts do, some later Jewish authorities do not. There is no single universal doctrine. Who are the Watchers, these heavenly beings described in Enochic literature? Really, it's Judaism's closest equivalent to fallen angels. Are fallen angels, question that's raised is, are fallen angels in Tanakh, in the Hebrew Bible? Not explicitly. The idea develops from interpretations of Genesis 6. And so, like, that's basically an overview of some of those really interesting things that were found that you're referencing, that were a 20th century phenomenon, or at least discovery, or perhaps in addition to a late 18th century discovery within Ethiopia, that we really don't have a perfect definition of. It still remains a mystery, but that's basically an overview. And to your point, there were other discoveries that occurred from an uh, theological standpoint and archaeological standpoint, like the Book of Thomas, around the same time, and really lends a an interest in my mind, and I'm sure in other people's minds, what else could be out there. Just because we've had the opportunity to perhaps discover some of these things doesn't mean that ancient mysteries still may remain in some other cave somewhere, or underground somewhere, or in some other hidden area. And what will we discover perhaps over the course of the 21st, or even into the future, that may perhaps give us more information of our own religions and how people interpreted religion in the past. Well, uh, we could say that, yeah, they're heavenly beings assigned to observe humanity. According to the Book of Enoch, they descend to earth, they take human wives, they produce giant offspring, and they reveal forbidden knowledge. Uh, the closest Jewish equivalent that we have are fallen angels, but this is not explicitly named in Bereshit or Genesis. But it is a central; they are central figures of Enochic literature. Well, the first question uh, was Noah considered a purebred human? Yes. So the idea of um, he wasn't Jewish, so we should say he predates Abraham. So he was polytheistic, and but that doesn't necessarily mean that he wasn't necessarily righteous. He's described as righteous and blameless among his contemporaries, and had uncorrupted character rather than necessarily um, a purebred, uh, seemingly distinct biological bloodline. Some texts do suggest that his lineage was physically unblemished and preserved from contamination by fallen angels or the Nephilim. Um, Now, the Nephilim, I think the second part of your question was were the Nephilim wiped out in the flood? Was that your question? Excellent. So, according to at least biblical narrative, all the Nephilim alive at the time of the flood perished in the waters. The Hebrew Bible notes that they reappeared after the flood, leading to various theological theories on how they or their genetic traits returned, such as through the wives of Noah's sons or new unions of fallen angels. the There are different theories that emerge. The topic generally of like how giants reappeared in the Bible has been widely debated by theologians and scholars for centuries. Some of the theories are a post-flood union theory. This view suggests that additional fallen angels descended after the flood and cohabited with human women, creating a new generation of Nephilim. There's a genetic carrier theory. Some scholars and commentators propose that Noah's sons or their wives carried the Nephilim genetics either actively or as dormant traits through the ark, which perhaps later manifested in subsequent generations. There's a legend or exaggeration theory. Some historians and biblical interpreters believe that Nephilim became a generic term for exceptionally large warriors, like the Anakim and Rephaim in later generations, which suggests that the fearful report of giants, specifically what we find in Numbers, was perhaps exaggerated by Israelite spies to discourage the conquest of Canaan. There are some different interpretations, and then the idea, perhaps, of the survival of King Og. Some ancient Jewish traditions, including some commentaries, propose that King Og of Bashan physically survived the flood by clinging to the side of the ark or by having a stature so immense that the waters only reached his ankles. But generally, the idea is that the Nephilim who were alive at the time of the flood perished with the waters, and the idea of Noah generally is considered he was fully human, and while not Jewish, certainly was considered to have some righteousness. Excellent. Okay. Well, I'm fascinated by these conversations as well and data in general. So, for anyone out there who wonders why, Rabbi, would you archive your entire life and for what purpose, go ahead. Oh, most certainly. So, first and foremost, the easiest way to view my life 24/7, 365 is to type Rabbi Rothschild, RABPI space ROTHSCHILD into YouTube and filter by live. I cannot emphasize that enough. You want to filter by live because then you can view many of my streams at once, a basic multi stream as opposed to just one angle. And you can view that multi-stream 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. Additionally, you can connect with me 24 hours a day in my Discord, which is discord.me/rabbi. I take questions on religion, on secular topics. I lend pastoral support to a community. I certainly help people with issues from employment to relationships to positivity. We play games, we watch sports, we watch movies. If you are ever out there and you're looking to connect with someone, come to my Discord. I'm always available 24 hours a day. I will do my best to be of service to you in any way that I can help. Moreover, you can find my social media at linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild. And I mean it when I say I think it's arguable that I have more social media than any person on earth. I have over 100 YouTube accounts, over 200 Instagram accounts, over 500 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, over 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, and over 10,000 Kick accounts. When I go viral, God willing, I do. Anyone who hears what I'm saying, including you, Caesar, and anyone else, I want to take away all of your problems, perhaps if you've ever had them financially. I want to give you the opportunity to have generational wealth. I want to be able to monetize my streams and my social media and to be a spokesperson for different organizations, take all of that money and be able to give it back to individuals so that you have generational wealth, that you all are able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. And God willing, someday, perhaps be able to ensure that your family never has to worry about anything and can focus on that which they find to be of enjoyment. Moreover, you can read my writings, which are available on my blog, which is rabbirothschild.medium.com. I write certainly on religious topics, but really what's a fascination to me is technology, is AI, is futurism, even perhaps into the very far reaching aspects of humanity. I love to talk about topics like anti gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication, things like perhaps space elevators, space tourism, terraforming of other planets, interstellar travel, technology like perhaps teleportation, telekinesis, telepathy, ideas like Santa Claus machines. Many people don't know what a Santa Claus machine is. It's essentially a replicator that you would see perhaps in some type of Star Trek episode that is a 3D printer essentially connected to all of the different elements of the world, or really of the known world or known universe, that can create anything that you want at the push of a button. So think of a 3D printer, but instead of using plastic, it can use anything. These are types of technologies that are being developed. Moreover, I like to talk about things like de extinction. People don't know this, but the first de extinction has already taken place from one, depends how you want to define de extinction, but what we're talking about is a type of species that was once extinct and at least bringing it back to life or being able to hybridize it in some way to be able to at least take some of those once prominent genes and be able to insert them into a living species. The first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas, is founded known as Colossal Bioscientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 2 years, or by the year 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle, utilizing Asian elephant surrogates, which I just think is a mind blowing goal. They recently made headlines with their direwolf project, basically creating hybrids of the direwolf. Following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird. And these are the types of events that I'm excited to be able to archive, in addition to the World Cup and America's bicentennial and the Olympic Games, and certainly all of the other important aspects of history that we've been able to record over the course of the last half decade or so. These are the types of really interesting human feats that I find to be of interest to be able to archive. Moreover, we're moving into a future where the average life expectancy for a Western individual is perhaps transitioning. What once was the average life expectancy of maybe perhaps about age 100 or pardon me, age 80 is moving to age 100, perhaps in the future 120 or older. And types of technology like reverse aging, perhaps therapies are being utilized to make what was, say, an 80-year-old of uh, today is was what a 50-year-old was of yesteryear, meaning that people are able to stay more mobile at later ages of life and have their mental clarity preserved, and really moving into the world of transhumanism. Now, I'm asked a lot, am I a transhumanist? I'm really neutral to the topic, but I am open minded. And so, for anyone who hears what I'm saying, I don't want you to have to experience anything that you don't want. So, consent is first and foremost very important. But for those of us who may want to perhaps consider life extension technology, things like oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, cryonics, cryogenics, cold shock therapy, red light therapy, nootropics, peptides, to be able to extend the average life expectancy of a human from age 80 to 100, 120, I don't want to necessarily close the door to this. And then we're moving into a future of perhaps life extension technology into mind uploading technology and other types of technologies that may be able to delay death indefinitely. And when I talk about mind uploading technology, I'm talking about specifically technology like a CAT scan or an MRI, where we, with someone's consent, scan their brain into a computer, knowing where every atom is in their central nervous system and their peripheral nervous system for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of themselves, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever they want to be. But what I'm saying to you and saying to your audience is that within a generation or two, or perhaps even this generation, we may have some people who may have the opportunity to either delay death indefinitely or be able to preserve life and have some type of digital immortality, which I feel is a very exciting opportunity for those who want to experience it. For those who don't, I think that you should have the right to be able to live as long as you want without any type of forcing you to do anything that you don't want. But the idea that is that, and many scientists have predicted that the first person to live past the year 200 has already been born, and perhaps much of this technology may be able to be used to allow them to avoid death indefinitely. And that to me is a really exciting opportunity. Moreover, types of technology like revivification. What do I mean by revivification? I mean people who were once dead being able to use technology to perhaps bring them back to life. Now, some people may say, how is that going to happen? Their body's decomposed. Is it their real brain? Those are questions for the future. But essentially, the idea is that we may be able to reverse engineer someone's DNA and put it in a clone of themselves, and perhaps using either photography or video or even just audio, some type of recording of them, be able to create some type of version of what their personality would be, perhaps some of their memories, and be able to bring back what we would once have considered to be a dead individual into some type of living condition. Now, is it the same person? Is it the same soul? These are all questions that are not for me to decide, but um, these are opportunities that perhaps this generation and the coming generations will have to at least may have some experience with. We already see in small mammals memory transfer from one animal to another. Essentially, you can take mice as an example and put them through a maze and take mouse A. It's able to complete the maze correctly after a few attempts. And then using types of brain computer interfaces or um, really generally be able to take the memory that of the neurons, the idea of the proper path through the maze, and transfer that into mouse B, and mouse B is able to do the maze the first time exactly correctly. That's considered in many ways a successful memory transfer. And if we can do that with small mammals, who's to say we wouldn't be able to do that with humans in the future? We're really at the precipice of something really amazing where we are evolving from one type of traditional Homo sapien into some type of hybrid individual that is able to extend the normal life expectancy that it once had, that is able to perhaps delay death or reverse age, and then perhaps be able to transfer memories, personality, and other aspects of what we consider to make us human into another being, and perhaps be able to avoid death indefinitely and create some kind of indefinite digital immortality. These are just extremely in, important questions that I don't necessarily being had, don't hear being had. Generally, people are more worried about how many Instagram followers they have, or uh, perhaps what their favorite restaurant is, and that the review of that. It's not the questions that we are asking ourselves in society, I don't feel are big enough. And some of these questions that I review on my streams, and really talk about on a daily basis, are what I feel are important to humanity. So those are some of the ideas that I talk about and that I write about. And so for anyone who's interested in these, discord.me is /rabbi, discord.me /rabbi. You'll get a link to my Discord. You can connect with me 24 hours a day there. And again, I want to emphasize I'm here to be a positive person in your life. You don't have to be Jewish, you don't have to be religious. All I ask is that you're an adult, and if you have any kind of question or you have any kind of concern, come to me. Let's talk it out. I want to be as good of a resource as I can. For those who don't want to necessarily connect with me, they can always view my life live on YouTube and some of those other platforms that I mentioned. And for those who just want to read what I've done, rabbirothschild.medium.com is where you can find that information. Um, and so, with that, I do want to just get into a few things of where I perhaps see humanity moving in the future, just a timeline basically. So at least maybe for the next half century or so, what are we going to be finding? Would that be okay, Caesar? Absolutely. Go ahead. Yeah, so it's an excellent question. What we believe is that our Mashiach, Messiah, our Savior, has not yet arrived, and that when they do come, they will usher in a new world, essentially, known as the world to come, and the revivification of the dead will actually occur. For those people who have already passed, there is a period of cleanse that occurs for the first 11 months after death, generally. And then from there, the interpretations vary, but generally, mainstream centrist orthodoxy believes that we are in some type of Gan Eden or Garden of Eden state, perhaps reading and learning at what is metaphorically known as the right hand of God. And the idea that perhaps the Messiah figure, Mashiach, will one day come and deliver uh, humanity into this world to come, will essentially usher in a world that may be able to avoid death altogether, which would speak to exactly what you're saying. Like, is there some type of um, like indefinite future for humanity? And that's the traditional view from an Orthodox standpoint. There are also some ideas of this resurrection of the dead. The Orthodox perspective is that there will be that there is a perhaps a question of life after death throughout our history. Um, not just within Judaism, but humanity in general wants to know what happens to a person after they die and such. And generally, Judaism teaches that death is real, but it is not the ultimate conclusion of existence. We believe that our Creator Hashem, who brought life into existence from nothing, has the power to restore life after death, and then the idea of a resurrection, a revival of the dead, may occur in the future. This is part of the 13 principles of faith of Rabbi Moses Maimonides, known as the Rambam, who was a rabbi from approximately 1138 to 1204 of the Common Era, and he thought this idea was so important that in the 13 principles of faith that he discusses for a Jew to believe, that this was central to the belief to our belief system. Now, there's an idea that we discuss about a difference between an immortal soul and the resurrection. Judaism does not view humans as only souls. Some philosophies teach that the body is temporary and the soul alone matters, and physical existence is unimportant. Traditional Judaism rejects this separation. We believe that the human being is a unity between body, soul, consciousness, and moral action, and state that the Torah teaches that Hashem, or God, created the human being as a complete person. The uh, idea of the biblical foundations of a resurrection come from the prophet Daniel. One of the clearest references states that many of those who sleep in the dust of the earth will awaken, and there are perhaps prophets that the interpretations of prophets discusses future restoration. Ezekiel's vision of dry bones, basically, there is a vision of dry bones. Ezekiel sees bones scattered in a valley, and God asks, "Can these bones live?" The message is that God restores them, and this prophecy symbolizes restoration and really a national revival. Uh, the the commentators, specifically within Judaism, also discuss it in connection with the resurrection. The idea of the Talmudic teaching and resurrection is perhaps debated, certainly, but the Talmud generally just it teaches that denying resurrection is a serious theological error, and the rabbis of the Talmud consider resurrection a major belief. So the idea it exists. Why would God resurrect the dead? Because God is the source of life, and we within Judaism believe that God created life. Therefore, death is not beyond God's ability. If God can create a person from nothing, restoring a person is not a greater challenge. And we think that resurrection has a relationship with divine justice. There's a problem of incomplete justice in our world. A righteous person may suffer, a wicked person may prosper, but within Judaism, we learn that the story does not necessarily end there, that a resurrection demonstrates God remembering every person, that our moral choices matter, and that human life has eternal significance. So, really, without going too much more in depth, yes, Judaism does believe that there is something more that occurs after death. Uh, there's certainly the idea of Gan Eden after a period of generally 11 months for righteous people, and perhaps slightly longer, maybe a year for the wicked. We do experience a type uh, of state with God and Gan Eden, and we are all awaiting our Mashiach to come, our Messiah to come, to usher in a world to come. And then from there, there are some changes perhaps that may occur within humanity, like the animals may no longer prey on each other, that death itself may be uh, avoided, and generally the nations will come together, as well as the lost tribes within the Israeli family, or just Judaism generally be brought together. But without going into the specifics of what happens in the world to come, yes, Judaism does believe that there is something after death. Well, it's an excellent question. I don't necessarily see them as conflicting. The idea of a resurrection of the dead is very similar to what I discussed with revivification, the idea of bringing back someone who was once dead uh, back to life. The idea of the um, the unknown exists within the scientific field as it does somewhat within a religious field. The the idea of having death as not necessarily being the something that is the end of anything has been contemplated from both scientific and theological standpoints for since the dawn of time, really. That perhaps we don't necessarily end when our bodies end. Uh, there's, I would say, some major questions that exist from both a religious standpoint and a secular standpoint, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they contradict. The idea of revivification of the dead can work within a religious standpoint and it can work within a scientific standpoint. The idea of um, perhaps an idea of world peace is certainly a secular idea, but it's also a religious idea within the world to come. Uh, there really isn't much in terms of conflict. Now, some may say, well, is this because of uh, this idea of Mashiach? Was it always about, or is this something that has been brought into a belief system post Tanakh or after basically the Hebrew Bible? And um, there, the idea of a Messiah figure within Judaism is not specifically stated. This is something that basically does come about in the writings of the and discussions of the rabbis after Tanakh. Now, there are some perhaps hints on some of these ideas. Um, and really, when we talk about a Messiah like figure from a religious standpoint, Mashiach, what does that mean? It means anointed one. Um, so the idea is to anoint with oil. And there's an idea that Mashiach will be a king uh, who will not be crowned by merely placing a crown upon their head, but they will be anointed with sacred oil. Um, and there have been other anointed people within the Bible, within the Hebrew Bible. Every king of Israel is technically a Mashiach. So were certain priests. Even a foreign ruler receives the title. So some examples are Aaron, the high priest, Saul, David, Solomon, and Cyrus the Great. A foreign ruler received the title. So Mashiach does not it didn't originally refer to one specific individual. Instead, it describes someone appointed by God. Only later does Judaism speak of the Mashiach being the final king from the house of David. So I should clarify. Certainly, within Tanakh, there's the idea of Mashiach, an anointed one, but we're talking about a Messiah-like figure, the final king from the house of David. And um, the this idea is in line, perhaps, with some secular beliefs as well, that we could have a great leader on earth who unites the world, and perhaps we move toward with an idea of world peace, who has a very peaceful leadership style. And that's a secular idea that has been around for generations as well, that we are moving perhaps towards a time of world peace. And from a secular standpoint, I think we are. I talk a lot about the scientific future of humanity and getting off world and terraforming other planets. But in order to do those things, we need peace on Earth. We can't be terraforming Mars while we have civil wars here on Earth amongst humanity. And so there's the idea that perhaps we will have a leader in the future who is able to help to unite humanity under a peaceful veil so that we can begin terraforming other planets and and exploring the inner solar system and the outer solar system, and eventually interstellar travel. So these are certainly scientific ideas that coincide with religious ideas as well. And the idea of Mashiach is really just an anointed person. Um, there's an idea of what does the messianic age look like, and it is not necessarily portrayed in Tanakh or the Hebrew Bible as an escape from the physical world. It's really a renewal of the world. Prophets repeatedly describe flourishing agriculture, justice in the courts, peace among the nations, honesty in commerce, faithful worship, security in the land, and harmony between peoples. Those are all secular ideas that some may say we're moving toward flourishing agriculture with things like vertical farming and agricultural drones and perhaps floating greenhouses and saltwater greenhouses and perhaps hydroponics and cloud seeding. Certainly, justice in the courts with the International Criminal Court and um, peace among the nations with perhaps the United Nations. Now, I'm not saying we're there yet, but honesty in commerce with um, really the just arguably we're moving more and more towards that. There are arguments against this as well, but security in the land and harmony between the people, these are all both religious and secular ideas that coincide. So really, I personally see the idea of the world to come, or a messianic figure, or perhaps even the idea of how can we have science and perhaps religion coincide. They don't necessarily contradict, in my opinion. Does that answer your question? Great question. It depends how you want to define AI. To me, AI is a tool, just like fire. Fire can be used for good or bad. Fire can be used to cook, which is good, or burn, which is generally considered bad. The wheel can be considered great, a good thing in terms of transportation, but also a bad thing in terms of causing harm to someone, running over your foot, or whatever it may be. And the same could be said about steam and electricity and the computer. AI itself, I think we should refer to as a tool. Now, there's an argument to be made. Once AI is able to, we move from artificial narrow intelligence to artificial general intelligence and into artificial super intelligence. Does it does it become conscious? What does that mean for humanity? Is it should it be treated? Should it have rights like a human? These are questions for humanity to perhaps be able to discover. In terms of artificial superintelligence, a type of technology that far surpasses human intelligence. At what point do we consider it to be God? It depends how you want to define God, and that's really a question that everyone has within themselves. I find a lot of people can get on board with my just very simple definition of what God is. It's perhaps similar to uh, a philosopher of about 400 years ago, Baruch Spinoza. But God is energy, and if you want to get into more, um, of what God is, those are all perhaps ideas that people can debate. But from a religious standpoint, many people can agree that God is energy. And from a secular standpoint, they can believe that if you're going to refer to a God, then energy is a great word that you can use as a placeholder. Does that mean that's all it is? No, it's really just a placeholder word. But that's a different being than AI. So AI, even if it becomes a, which it will, artificial super intelligence, it becomes this all-knowing being, at least within what we're doing on Earth. That doesn't mean that perhaps extraterrestrials or other species around not just the galaxy but the universe are don't already have their own AI systems that are far superior than that. And that doesn't mean that they all can't coexist under what we consider to be energy, or what we consider to be really a scientific type of God. Um, this is the same, this Baruch Spinoza type of definition of God is what Einstein believed. So, for those who hold Einstein in high regard, Einstein believed that he believed in Spinoza's God, and he's on the record for that of saying that. And while I don't necessarily know exactly what that entails, to me, the idea of the energy that allows someone to appreciate a sunset or the beauty in their child's face or love of a spouse, whatever allows that to occur, that to me is God. That to me is really special. But that to me is different than what AI is. So the the energy that allows AI to be powered and all of that, there's certainly some idea of God in that, but that doesn't mean that we've created a new God. We've just created a really powerful tool. And for those who would like more clarification of this, the true answer is we don't know. I don't know as a rabbi. No priest knows this. No imam knows this. No one knows. These are just the traditions that we've been taught. But in the end, we must remember that we have to be somewhat agnostic because no one really knows anything. And we have to be brave to be able to admit that. Yes, I can understand how you believe that. But can you unplug AI? Yes. Can you unplug God? Traditionally, no. So that's one major difference in it. So the idea, at least the way that I am able to systematically understand, is that AI is a tool that has been created by humanity and perhaps has been created by other species around the universe, perhaps, that is able to be controlled. It can get to the point where it becomes perhaps conscious and perhaps can endure emotion and all of the other aspects that one considers to be human. But does it need energy in order to run? Yes, generally. Uh, is it able to be stopped? Yes, generally. If a meteor, for now, but even if a meteor hits the data center wherever it's stored, generally, if it doesn't have redundant backups, which many times it does, but let's just say all of those were wiped out, it ceases to exist. The idea of God, being at least from an energy standpoint, seems to continue no matter what type of environmental stresses are brought into the um, into the scenario. And so, does AI have many godlike aspects, like omniscience, perhaps, or some types of omnipotence? In some ways, uh, yes. But even humanity shares some characteristics of God. We're made in God's image traditionally, and perhaps some aspects of AI are also reflective of of God because it's really AI is a reflection of humanity itself. So we would expect it to have some of the same characteristics. But at the end of the day, can you unplug AI? At some point, yeah. Can you unplug God? Generally, both from a religious standpoint, no. And from a secular standpoint, the idea is, well, we don't know. And that's a completely honest take. And even for those from a scientific perspective, we're willing to say, if God exists, then God is energy. If God exists, but we don't know. And it's something that we really can't, at least from a human standpoint, ever really understand completely. Uh, from that aspect, we 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 don't know. But really, it gets to the philosophical idea: can you really know anything? Um, it's very philosophical, and the idea is no. The more that you learn, the less you know. It's very philosophical, and so if you can't really know anything, then the idea exists perhaps that you will never know if God exists. And then thus there's an argument to be made you'll never know if AI is God because you can't really know anything. It's very paradoxical, but really to summarize, AI is a tool that humans have created. God, if God exists, which no one can prove, no one, at least from a humanistic standpoint, will ever be able to prove, and that's a very honest take that we don't know. If God exists, perhaps God has powers beyond that of which AI has. Yeah, um, it depends how you look at it. The idea generally comes from Bereshit, from Genesis, really meaning that humanity was uniquely designed to reflect God's character, relational capacity, and purpose on earth. Um, this generally is the consensus that this represents a spiritual and moral likeness rather than a physical one. So when we say, at least from a Judaic standpoint, we believe that God is incorporeal, like basically God doesn't have a body, but we still can understand that God created mankind in his own image, and in the image of God uh, who created us, generally it goes into the idea of male and female. However, this, as we can see in the modern age, um, many people feel that that might be a limited scope. And if we really move into a world, uh, the future, and someone can perhaps be a man for 100 years and then maybe want to upload their mind into a female equivalent of them, well, then perhaps that's some type of uh, transhuman like opportunity that wasn't foreseen in the Bible, and that the idea of the Bible may be for an epic or like a time, and may have a time and place on earth and may be well respected. But as we get off planet and as we begin to perhaps just explore the stars, the idea that the Bible will have a necessary bearing on us as it once did and won't be interpreted as perhaps familial traditions is yet to be decided. But uh, as we have seen, the idea of God making man in his own image generally is that the human race was granted a particular likeness of God, but it doesn't mean that we were granted everything from God. Just there's a particular likeness there, and that. Uh, Go ahead. Uh, Many people um, have that type of interpretation. Now, the idea as Jacob um, basically fought with God. Some people say struggles with God, and that could be more metaphorical. Um, the the idea is that it perhaps could have been a not God necessarily God themselves. Perhaps it was a messenger. But there's certainly the idea. that this stranger, whatever it was, asked Jacob for his name, and by answering Jacob, he essentially confessed that he was manipulative. There was a manipulative nature, and the figure who Jacob eventually realized was God Himself gave him a new name, Israel. And so God explained that the new name meant he struggles with God, which is what Israel means. Um, and the idea is because you have. Hmm? That's exactly right. Yeah. So Israel means he struggles with God, and the idea is because you have struggled with God and with humans and have overcome, God then blessed him there in the wilderness. So the idea is, could a human defeat God from a realistic standpoint? I mean, traditionally we would say no, that's impossible. If God's all powerful and all knowing and all of those things, so perhaps this is metaphorical, and this is there was a mysterious figure who Jacob eventually realized was God. It could be metaphorical as well, but yes, the country of Israel, the nation of Israel, takes its name from this event, meaning he struggles with God. It depends how you want it. It absolutely could. It depends on. Most certainly, it's up to interpretation. Um, at least in Hebrew, the idea of the name Israel being one who wrestles or fights with God, um, it is metaphorical in some ways, because could a human really fight with God or struggle with God? Uh, Perhaps if the idea is that when going into the wilderness and the mysterious being that appeared and engaged with Jacob in an intense wrestling match that lasts all night uh, could be some type of internal struggle that Jacob was just experiencing. Uh, Really, we're looking at documents that are thousands of years old, and there are different interpretations. But that nevertheless, the idea that as daybreak approaches, the stranger, whatever it was, realized that it could not easily overpower Jacob, and basically, as the story goes, uh, touched Jacob's hip socket, dislocating it with a single touch. And the idea is that this crippled Jacob, but Jacob refused to let his opponent go and demanded, "I will not go unless you bless me," and demanded this blessing. And it's one of the reasons why the stranger asked for the name, and by answering Jacob, he essentially confesses this manipulative nature. And the idea of Jacob means either heel grabber or deceiver, uh, but that name was then changed to Israel, meaning struggles with God. And the idea of struggling with God is something that can be interpreted from a physical standpoint, as some understand the text to be, but also could be a metaphorical standpoint. There are people who have their own personal struggles with God every single day, or whatever they want to consider it, struggles with life, struggles with themselves, and thus the name of a humanistic struggle with perhaps God in one way or another may be apt or appropriate. Well, there's the idea, at least within from a Judaic standpoint, that we have a soul, and this idea uh, it really it changes over time. So the idea of the soul before someone was created um, gets into reincarnation. So it, so we believe that the soul does pre-exist. It is, but as as would make sense with Israel being the ancient Near East and closer to more Eastern religions than the Western religions, this idea of resurrection or pardon me, reincarnation does exist. But at least from a Talmudic and even within Kabbalah or Jewish mysticism, human souls are created by God before they are born and reside in a spiritual realm, many referred to as the Gulf, or it's a treasury of souls. And we hold that the soul is eternal and it's a divine spark. Before birth, it exists in a pure spiritual state. When it is time for the person to be born, God places that soul into the physical body, giving it free will to make moral choices and accomplish its purpose in the physical world. Now, the idea, how does this work with reincarnation and perhaps the world to come? Um, it's the idea of reincarnation is a more is a later developed idea. So, at least within mainstream biblical Judaism, the focus, especially within Tanakh or the Hebrew Bible, is primarily of this world. Jewish mysticism, so what we reference as Kabbalah, formalized uh, the ideas and explores the concept of reincarnation. Basically, it's an idea of rolling or cycling, and we traditionally believe that the purpose is that souls return to earth to rectify past mistakes and fulfill specific commandments, or what we call mitzvot, that were missed, or assist someone else. The concept is that a single soul can inhabit multiple successive bodies until it completes its unique divine mission. And many people find comfort in this. That reincarnation explains cosmic justice, offering an explanation for why good people suffer and providing a second chance to achieve spiritual perfection. Now, there's the idea that we talked about a little earlier, the afterlife, or Olam Haba. It's basically the world to come. The afterlife does have the idea of that Gan Eden, what many people in other traditions can call heaven, but it's not exactly the same. It's really a realm where the soul enjoys unmatched spiritual closeness to God and reaps the rewards of good deeds. There is a refining process, a temporal state of spiritual cleansing, as mentioned earlier, 11 months or a maximum of 12 months, where the soul sheds its earthly attachments and sins. And then the ultimate future, which is the resurrection of the dead. Now, at least the idea of the soul existing before the it enters the body does exist, but to be completely candid, no one really knows. These are just traditional belief systems. But from what you're experiencing at your location, uh, the idea of the soul existing before it's in the body is consistent with what we believe as Jews. Well, I understand your thoughts on that. That generally goes against one of the 13 principles of faith within Judaism, of at least Rambam or Rabbi Moses Nachmanides, that God doesn't have a corporeal body, and God is incorporeal. And generally, this was a major aspect of the of halakha or Jewish law to separate Judaism from the idea that perhaps the Nazarene or perhaps any kind of messianic figure that came about around 33 of the Common Era or so, and was interpreted to be the uh, Son of God, or other interpretations to really separate Judaism from that, and the idea that God is God and humans are humans, and there isn't an overlap there. Now, some people may say we're made in the image, or of course, we believe from a religious standpoint we're made in the image and likeness of God. Um, that that's really not disputed, but the idea that God could be part human, Jews generally avoid that, and the reason is, if God is part human and humans die, then does that mean God dies? And that goes against at least our traditional halakha, or Jewish law and Jewish teachings. We avoid any idea that God dies, while other religions, or at least denominations of certain religions, tend to believe that. So uh, you're certainly free to believe whatever you'd like, but at least for it's an excellent it's an excellent question. Uh, well, it depends how we define the spiritual dimension. So, what do we mean by that? Do we mean the consciousness? Um, like these are certainly questions, and a question that you asked earlier. Could science perhaps bring back the Watchers? I'm someone who thinks science can do anything, and when I say anything, if we can develop time travel, then perhaps we can somehow take a time machine back to the times of the Hebrew Bible and know what was really interpreted then. There are other ideas. There are many ways to perhaps time travel, and time travel itself, without going into the major specifics because it's a big discussion, but I think is perhaps important to have just for a moment. Uh, Time travel is something that is already possible, and we already have to plan for it. And so, what do we mean? Like special relativity, traveling near the speed of light causes time to pass more slowly for the traveler. This was proposed by Albert Einstein. Time dilation has been experimentally confirmed. Astronauts age slightly slower than people on Earth. Faster speeds create greater time differences, and this allows travel into the future, not necessarily the past. And then within general relativity, strong gravity slows time. Massive objects warp spacetime. Clocks run slower near strong gravity. GPS satellites already must account for this effect. Black holes create extreme time dilation, and future time travel becomes theoretically possible. Now, there are other ways to time travel, including black hole dilations and wormholes and cosmic strings and Tipler cylinders. I don't want to go into all of those, but what I am saying is that there may be a way to actually observe, perhaps, things that have already occurred. Now, take for instance the idea if we could ever travel faster than the speed of light, perhaps using a wormhole. If we could, imagine we're able to outpace light as it is emitted from Earth and travel deep into the cosmos and be able to observe the initial creation of the Earth with a very long telescope. We could basically look back on Earth and fast forward up until, say, 3000 before the Common Era, and actually see exactly what the interpretations that these ancient peoples were having in real time. Now, that's a very scientific aspect of how to be able to observe this, but the idea is we would be able to know, were these fallen angels, were these giants, what is exactly being referenced, and if that is possible, and we could zoom in that much, there's a very good chance we could continue to zoom in and look at the DNA of these individuals and be able to at least take a snapshot of that DNA and perhaps create this DNA, or create this being, a clone of this being, at a later time, and have a one-to-one match of whatever was interpreted to be here on Earth thousands of years ago in the future. So I don't want to say that even that is necessarily impossible. With science, anything is possible, and thus the idea of perhaps being able to have uh, the interpretation of whatever the ancient peoples referenced in the Bible is a possibility as well. If I told you that I believe that Adam and Eve were the only two and everything went exactly with what we find in Bereshit in the creation story, I would not be truthful. And any rabbi who tells you that is either being irrational or they're being untruthful. So the way that I've heard this interpreted in classes within synagogues and even spoken about it is that perhaps the idea of creation is metaphorical, that creation occurs within 7 days. And there are interpretations that perhaps Earth might be 7 billion years old or something like that. And that the ancient people, not to say it was a one-to-one correlation, but they were just doing their best to be able to perhaps give a story as to from where they came. And they did not have the science that we have today to be able to understand evolution and common ancestry that are more scientific ideas. So the idea of Adam and Eve or just a creation story, anyone who tells you that's exactly how it happened is either being irrational to some elements of science or they're lying to you. Now, do I know exactly how it happened? No, but at least from a traditional science perspective, we are Homo sapiens. We previously evolved from perhaps uh, Homo erectus and moving back into a shared, perhaps um, a mammal that all mammals can connect to a common ancestor. And then from there, common ancestors with birds and reptiles and amphibians and fish, and moving that even further back to common ancestors of uh, prokaryotic bacteria, perhaps. But then what I'm open to, and I don't hear discussed very often, but especially within scientific perspectives, and if you get into certain elements of science, is the idea of panspermia, that perhaps life came to Earth off site, either from a meteor or perhaps from another species, meaning like an extraterrestrial. We have extraterrestrial origin, and this is something that I don't necessarily dismiss either. That Earth itself could be a zoo, just like we have zoos where we study animals or have animals in the wild and we tag them. Perhaps some type of extraterrestrial or multiple extraterrestrial species are doing the same with humans. And this is in line with really more modern day whistleblowers. One who I'll reference is named Chaim Eshed. He, for those who don't know, Chaim Eshed was the former head of the Israeli Space Agency, and he disclosed in 2020 that there is a perhaps galactic federation that alleges cooperation between extraterrestrials and humans and lends credibility with his background. He's not just a scientist, but he was also a brigadier general within Israel. He's one of the top 24 military officers within the entire Israeli Defense Force at one time, and he wrote a book in 2020 that references this story and that perhaps we aren't alone. And much of Israel is a secular country and has secular ways, and many people believed in this story, or at least lend credibility to these claims, particularly because Chaim Mashed uh, had nothing to lose. He was in his 80s when he made these claims, and more recently, actually up until last month, last in June of 2026, still alive, 93 years old, and did not recant anything that he had said. That he still believed these ideas that uh, perhaps there is a galactic federation and that multiple extraterrestrials belong to it, and humanity is being observed, and contact is limited because humanity is not ready. If that's the case, and perhaps humanity was seated here, something that's known as guided panspermia, or there are other interpretations of what to name it, then the entire creation story somewhat has to become a metaphor. But that doesn't mean that it can't still be part of our family traditions, or can't be part of what we understood ancient peoples to interpret where we are today, or how we got to be where we were. If we didn't have an answer and we didn't have all of the knowledge of evolution and perhaps panspermia or guided panspermia or any of these things, and our children asked us, how did we all start? The idea of Adam and Eve would be a completely reasonable beginning from a non scientific perspective. But with the advent of science, and especially within a scientific mind, as I have and many of my rabbinical colleagues have, in public, and a much more growing contingent feels that much of what perhaps is in the Bible is either up to some extent has been interpreted. There's no doubt about that, and that much of it may be metaphorical. For those who believe that it is absolutely, completely the 100% truth, well, there are some what some people reference as some perhaps contradictions, and those are difficult to grasp, and there are paradoxes that are difficult to grasp. I mean, one of the major paradoxes that exists within these ideas of God that I've struggled with, but everyone should struggle with if there is a God. If God is all powerful, this idea of omnipotence, could God create a rock so large that not even God could lift it? This is what's known as the omnipotence paradox. So let's think about this. Okay, God can do anything because they're all powerful. Okay, so could they create a really large rock? Absolutely, because they're all powerful. Could they create the rock so large that not even they, as God, could lift it? It's one of those things where your mind goes, does not compute. It's a paradox. We can't get past that. And so, for the religious who want to believe that everything in Scripture is exactly correct, you will run into paradoxes that cause your brain to at least have some type of mystery. And some people may say that's some of uh, the beautiful aspects within a religion or within a faith. At least within Judaism, we believe a lot of these questions will be answered within the Messianic age. That there will essentially be layers of mystery that will be peeled away, almost like an onion, so that we can get to the core aspects of truth and what was interpreted. And perhaps the creation story will be able to be will be able to happen as well. And for anyone who's listening, uh, I'm a I'm a modern Orthodox Jewish rabbi, but in many ways I consider myself to be postmodern Orthodox, because I understand that with these claims of Chaim Mashed of the Israeli Space Agency, this brings in a lot of questions that really are outside of traditional religious thought. But additionally, I am member and have been a member of Hasidic dynasties as well, and Hasidic synagogues or shuls, including Chabad, which is probably the most public of these. And I've brought these questions to my rabbinical colleagues, and they don't necessarily want to think that the Bible isn't all truth, because that's a really nice thing that we've believed our entire existence and going back to our ancestry, but it's doesn't have all of the answers for which we're looking, and science does have many of those answers for which we're looking, and there is a growing contingent that understands. I mean, and I've heard it within my own Orthodox synagogues, uh, rabbinical colleagues stating that creation could be metaphorical, and the, right. It's an excellent question. It's an excellent question. It's certainly something that is open to interpretation in someone's mind. Certainly, um, the idea that so, in answer to your earlier question, uh, the Bible may not contain all of the answers, or it doesn't reference it. So, at least within rabbinic tradition, we explain that the brothers, at least between Cain and Abel, did not exist alone. Each was born with twin sisters who later became their wives to populate the earth. Well, there's a question. Okay, well, these were brothers who married their sisters. These are just ways to interpret this. There's the idea of uh, Cain having a twin sister, Aklima or Labuda, and Abel's twin was Azura or Kalimoth. And then we have Seth, the third explicitly named son of Adam and Eve, who was born after Abel's death. And generally within Jewish lore, Seth was born with a face resembling Adam and considered the righteous ancestor from whom all future humanity, including Noah, descends. There are also discussions of daughters of Adam. Even within Bereshit or Genesis, there's a mention that Adam had other sons and daughters. Some rabbinic texts suggest Adam had as many as 33 sons and 23 daughters over his 930-year lifespan. But even that question of 930 years gives us, lends some questionability of what was considered a year. Was it really 930 rotations uh, or revolutions around the sun? And then, even within Cain's genealogy, within Genesis, there are highlights of several descendants who perhaps invented foundational human crafts. These include the first nomad to live in to create tents, and inventors of musical instruments, and the first metal worker. And uh, these aren't explicitly mentioned as to some of these interpretations. So you're right to question th- these these stories, and I would say that the whoever you believe to have written the Bible. Within a Jewish standpoint, we believe it's Moses who essentially was received this from God. Um, there are still questions that exist, and there isn't perfect. There isn't there are questions, there are mysteries that exist, and many ways from a rabbinic standpoint that we interpret this as either perhaps not everything was written, that there were things that were to be assumed, or perhaps for whatever reason, perhaps to give religion or creation even more of a mystery than it already has. That they were that some of these stories or some of these individuals were omitted. But in answer to your earlier question, do I or even any truthful and rational individual believe Adam and Eve is exactly how it worked? The probabilities are extremely low of that, and moreover, the probabilities of it being metaphorical are taught within Orthodox Jewish circles, and I would say the even if Moses is the person who wrote this, he was just doing his best, and perhaps God, in the interpretation in Moses and explaining this to Moses, felt that going any more into specificity was beyond the knowledge base of what Moses could comprehend. Meaning, maybe Moses couldn't understand evolution and shared or common uh, ancestors, and getting into perhaps the idea of panspermia or whatever the interpretation would be. The easiest way to do this is to say there's Adam and Eve, and everybody basically comes from them. Oh, absolutely, Caesar. I'd love to. Yeah, that's certainly Shaker Heights and some of the other areas there. Yeah, absolutely, 100%. Absolutely, yeah. And for anyone who is interested, I speak extensively on the Chaim Eshed topic on another podcast that just aired within the last week or so on the Jeff Mara podcast. So anyone just YouTube Jeff Mara podcast, and you can see my discussion with Jeff from mid July. And I would love to, with you, Caesar, go really in depth with that story because it's fascinating, including Chaim Eshed makes claims about the Trump administration knowing that there's perhaps some kind of course, galactic federation, some of the ideas of what's going on at um, at Skinwalker Ranch. He makes claims to the idea of what's going on Mars, perhaps. And very interesting, just happened last month. As I said, he basically went underground, so to speak, for like 5 years. And between December of 2020 and July of 2026, we really don't hear from him. But he recently had an interview with Uri Geller, for many people know from supernatural claims and which we won't go into right now, but basically stated, Chaim Eshed stated that he was visited by some kind of men in black figures who told him basically to not talk about this. And even at 87 years old, he decided that it was in his best interest to not. but apparently at age 93 or so, he was willing to talk about it. So, yes, I'd love to talk about that topic with you in depth. So, yes, whenever you'd like, feel free to contact me. We will make arrangements, and I would love to do this again, Caesar. And before we close, go ahead. Before we close, do you mind if I remind people where they can find all of my social media and such? Excellent. Rabbi Rothschild in YouTube, filtered by Live. You will find more content there than any other creator. And I'm not just live 24/7 from one stream, nor two, nor 10, but at least 25 or so different streams. If you type in hashtag viral rabbi, you can put that in any social media and find more content than you will ever find on any influencer ever. Feel free to join me in my Discord, discord.me/rabbi. 24 hours a day, I'm there to lend pastoral support to both Jews and non Jews, both the religious and the secular. I want to help people in as many ways as possible and give people a way to reach out to me and for me to give back to them. All of my social media can be found on linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild. My writings can be found at rabbirothschild.medium.com. And with that, Caesar, thank you so much for the time. I want to thank your audience for the opportunity. And I look forward to connecting with you again soon. I do as well. Thank you. Yeah, sure. Hold on. Just type in linktree.com, linkttree.com, and then /RABBI, and then my last name, Rothschild, Rothschild, Roth's child. And, and then, yes, and you should see like a pink thing. If you're not, yes, I put, yes, yeah. So I do that just as a joke. I do that as a joke. That so when I was a kid or like younger, being a pimp meant a cool person, and so perhaps that throws people off. But yes, it was always like a cool thing, like a guy who was like almost like I could say warning rabbi is cool. I could put not warning either. That throws people off where it says warning, but then when you get to know me, you recognize, oh, this person is really cool. They talk about religion, they talk about science, and from there you could. Go ahead. Okay, okay, excellent. Well, so sometimes YouTube gets rid of my streams. Do you see where it says more than it's the first link, more than 18 simultaneous 24/7 YouTube live streams archiving the life of Rabbi Rothschild, real life Truman Show? Okay, if you click that, and now look how many, and that will happen. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. I know what one you're referencing. I can remove that, yeah. And perhaps to not throw people off, I'll remove that on the pen. But that was always just kind of a funny thing that when I was a kid, that most certainly. Now that link that showed up, that first one that says more than 18 simultaneous 24/7 YouTube live streams, did that open up for you? Okay. Now can you scroll and that's okay. I'll remove that first YouTube link. But if you scroll down, do you see how many live streams I'm on? Like they're not just videos. They're yeah, they're all live, which Name another creator that you know who's on live on more than one YouTube stream. It's really rare. So for me to be live on so many different live streams is really unique. And um, I would say that there's a lot of data that I've been uploading, obviously, over the course of the last almost 5 years or so. And you should know that. So you may be like, well, why do you lose a YouTube stream? Which is a great question. Because I'm live streaming my life, a lot of times I get copyright strikes that I don't even mean to get. Like, for instance, we had the World Cup final on Sunday, and I wanted to watch the World Cup final. So I have to turn the sound down. But as I'm sure you're likely aware, that YouTube has an algorithm, and if it can detect that you're playing copyrighted content, even though I'm not showing it on my screen, it's just in the background, I can get a copyright strike for that. And sometimes you don't even get three copyright strikes before they remove your account. Sometimes it's just a one and done kind of a deal. So in order, yeah, so in order to avoid that type of an issue, what I do is I every 6 months or so stop using most or all of my YouTube streams and kind of archive them and then start up brand new accounts. So I have that's why I have over 100 YouTube streams or whatever. But yes, it is the largest compilation of human data in global history, and I really feel in my heart if I continue to do this and I continue to be on podcasts such as yours and other people's, somebody's going to hear what I say and say, you know what, I've never heard some of the things that that person's referencing, whether it be xenobiology or Santa Claus machines, and they're going to look into what I do, and then it's going to be the biggest treasure hunt of global history because they're going to tell a friend, and that friend's going to tell a friend, and it's going to be a global phenomenon. Look, I've been doing it almost 5 years now. Hopefully, I don't have to do it for 10 years. I have the plans, though, to do this for the rest of my life. And eventually, somebody's going to find out about what I do. And then they're going to basically find more data on a single individual than anyone in history, which is going to have major effects on AI because AI needs human examples on which to build its models, and I have more data for AI to be able to study than any person in global history, which means I may have a major impact on AI, on biology, on aging, on micro behavior and just behavior in general, micro gestures on sleep, circadian rhythms, eating habits, sleeping habits, drinking habits, breathing habits, blinking habits, you name it. I feel like humanity will want to study at least a good amount of the data that I've archived because I have it from so many different angles over such a long period of time. So I think that you were brave to take me on as a guest. I hope that your audience finds what I have to say to be interesting, and I think the world, when they find out about what I've done, will find this to be one of the great achievements in global history. God willing. Absolutely, absolutely. As do I. So we'll get into Chaim Shed and anything else. If you think of something over the time, write it down or whatever. And before we meet, let me know if there's anything pressing that you want to review, and we will. I found our discussions today on ancient scriptures to be quite interesting, especially with the balance of the more modern age and different interpretations that we have. And I look forward to October. Do you want to put something on the calendar now, or do you want to wait? No issue at all. Absolutely. And in the meantime, if there's anything that you need from me, please let me know. Reach out to me. If you don't mind, I will send you my links. If you could put them in the description so that people have access to them directly. And again, if you need anything in the meantime, let me know. If not, let's plan on this fall, okay? Thank you. You too, Caesar. Bye. Just so you know, Caesar, can you hear me? Oh, man, that was great. Caesar, thank you so much. How funny is it that Caesar, if you ever watch this, there's another guy named Caesar who I've done podcasts with, and we were supposed to do one. When were we supposed to do it? We were supposed to do one like just a couple weeks ago. I've already done one with him, and so when you emailed me, if you're watching this ever, I thought it was at that Caesar. So with that Caesar, I was ready to talk about completely different things. That's why I had to be so like, wait, what is your audience and everything? How did it go? Well, I should have known, like, Caesar's had different last names, but I thought he changed it or something. I'm not changed it, but like just changed the name of it. Are you happy? Yeah, it went well. Are you happy? Yeah, dude, it was good. And Caesar, if you ever see this, you should definitely do that podcast with old people. That should be a thing. I don't know what you want to call it, but it's like before a person dies. I don't know what do you call that? It's like memoiring or something. That's what it should be called, memoiring. Like a memoir podcast would be really interesting. Are you happy with how it went? Yeah. Is there anything that you wish would have gone differently? No, it was fine. Oh, it was just fine, not good? No, it was good. I'm happy with it. What would you have done differently? I should have known that those are two different Caesars, but it's kind of hilarious that I would think that they were the same. But it's not, because his email writes, I haven't forgotten about you and I'm still interested. But the other guy was like, hey, the other guy worked a lot too. That's why, like, both Caesars were working a lot. Really? Yeah. Are you happy with how that went? Yeah. Have you ever been happier? It was good. You got another one to do tonight. Did you get to talk about everything you wanted to talk about? No. What did you want to go through? Dog. I want to go through timelines. Timelines are really important. Are you okay? Yeah. What do you think of the internet? Internet was good. Is there anything you would want to change? No. Yeah, I should have been better. Are you happy?
Yeah, dog. I got another one tonight though. So God willing. Are you happy? You're done? You happy? Yeah, Doc. Doing well? Cause we back at it again. It's a fighter and the kid.
This is really the fighter and the kid. What's up, buddy?
Well, I'm just here, my friend, fresh from Los Angeles, our old stomping grounds, Venice, California.
I go there on Wednesday.
You go there on Wednesday.
How's Venice?
It's not Texas, buddy. I found myself when you're in Los Angeles and you're in Venice, you're gonna see a lot of homeless still.
Now, do you think it's changed since when we were coming up there as young lads, or is it just you haven't been back and you forget?
I think Venice and California. I think Los Angeles has gotten way worse.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, and I think that these kinds of things kind of percolate. But I'm driving around, traffic is crazy.
It's never
It's
been great.
ugly.
It's a lot of cement, a lot of
Yeah, and I have a soft spot for California. I love the weather, blah blah blah, the beach. But you see these local politics, man. It's very real. They don't know what to do about it. This shit is
Finally
crazy.
adding up.
Oh, why? Because Skid Row is ready for this. 55 blocks now.
Yeah, it's getting bigger.
Skid Row is 55 blocks. Well, and they are. And oh, by the way, anybody who says it's a housing problem. So a couple things. One, it's a drug and mental health issue. 100% across the board. There is a housing problem though, because try to get I talked to a developer. Try to get something done in Los Angeles. Go ahead, try with the permits.
So we'll look at
And the
look at
city
Malibu.
councils that want you to be poor.
Look at Malibu. 1% has been built back.
There you go.
How long ago was that?
Well, that's so
2
surprising.
years ago? 3 years?
Yeah.
1%.
How surprising.
Yeah, my buddy's the builder out there. That's his area.
Yeah.
Like, buddy,
I got
I do that.
Yeah. You're not
What he
building.
does, he's like, no. And they tie you up so much in legal,
Yeah.
the
The lawsuits, the permits, everything. And so what happens
He's like, it's
is,
gonna take 15 years.
yes, it'll take 15.
15 years.
And that's what they said. They said 10. It's going to take 15 because it's
Maybe 12.
Los Angeles.
Yeah.
It's their city council.
So-
It's Sacramento.
So yeah, just a shit show out there. So you were in LA.
It made me appreciate Texas.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just different.
Yeah.
It's different. I still love LA.
I did too.
So you went LA and then you went to Baltimore?
I then went to McGoobies in Timonium, Maryland, sir.
Not Baltimore. It's outside Baltimore.
Yeah,
I
my
didn't see it.
joke on stage was I was like, Timonium, what's up, baby? Woo! You know, I was like, man, all you have to do, you want to have a good time, you got to draw, you got to do it, drive 2.5 hours that way, man.
That's it.
You know what I mean? Baltimore, but you drive another hour, man. That's where it's at.
It's nice.
That's where it's at, bro. And 2 hours, woo!
I tell you what I was doing with Goobies years ago, when I was doing with Goobies, I was like trying to find coffee. So I was like, all right, took an Uber not far, 3-4 blocks from where I was staying at, the Pendry there on like the boardwalk.
Yeah.
I go 4 blocks. I'm in there. This fan goes, "Shut what the fuck you doing here?" I'm like, I'm getting coffee. He's like, "No, this is not good around here, man."
No.
He's like, "This is not the place." He goes, "Yeah, you were joking before I was joking like Baltimore's like the wire everywhere." He's like, "This is like the wire where you're at." I'm like, really? He's like, "You do not want to be around here."
But there are parts of Baltimore. Yeah.
Check places.
Check, please. There are parts of Baltimore that time forgot,
Tough.
and they are every bit as poor as Haiti. And I'm not joking.
And then that place around the boardwalk, like where that Pendry's at, amazing. Certain parts of Baltimore.
Yeah. Certain parts. Well, like it's just more than amazing. But
Block radius.
yeah, amazing, strong. But we're here.
We're doing,
You know what I mean? We're here.
we're doing it.
Yeah. And then the rest is suburbs.
Did you watch the fights?
I did. I only watched.
Main event?
I watched Cannonier, and that was tough. He's so tough, but he's. What's
He's
going on?
older.
Is that what it
It's
is?
all good. Like
Yeah.
Canada had a great run. Remember he fought at heavyweight.
Yeah.
Fought at heavyweight, light heavyweight. He's middleweight. He's older. The weight cut can't be fun. He's a big dude.
Yeah.
He's lost 5 out of his last 6.
Yeah.
And they give him CLD, and it's like, okay. If anything, it's more of a thing on CLD. Like, but you're supposed to take that guy out.
Yeah.
Like this was set up for you to like make your name for yourself. He
Right.
can get it done.
But Cannonier's a very rugged, fucking rugged. Treats me
He's a tough night in the office.
Yes.
For anybody.
Yes.
He's just a tough guy you don't want to fight.
Yes.
So tough as they come. But the whole theme of all this, like, I know you didn't, you're not balls deep into it, but really the takeaway on this card was, like, the UFC future is so bright, we need shades. It's so bright, we need shades, you super fun, right? Like, you should watch this. You should watch this with shades on, because the future's bright, dude.
Because my buddy said it's a tough sport to be a fan of because
No, because he's gay.
no,
It's the
no,
best.
no, it's
When you watch World Cup,
he said
Tell us to
getting
suck my cock.
into different like fighters, and then it's just the turnover rate is a lot.
oh, I see what he's saying. Yeah.
He was like, he said that they've got to figure out a way to make me like into the fight. And I want to hear about their stories, not just the UFC. Well, we talked about this before.
He's a casual, but there's again, now you have to search for it. I'll give him that. You got to search for it.
Yeah.
But again, the future, if you watch UFC COD, which is what they call it, UFC #COD, they just fucked up.
So are you being facetious right now?
No,
Oh, you're not.
That's it.
Okay, so it's bright. You need shades.
It's bright. You need shades.
Why do
Especially if you watch UFC COD. Go back to that shit.
So can I just tell you as a
They fucked up the marketing team put UFC COD. Dude, I couldn't love them anymore for doing this. Now, here's the thing. Was this done by mistake and someone went, bro, UFC COD? You went, shit. Or we're like, you know what? Leave it. You know what would go numbies?
Yeah.
Put in UFC Cock.
That's great.
UFC OCK.
Yeah.
And he's like, yeah, dude, I dig it.
And that's Oklahoma.
UFC OCK.
Yeah.
Also UFC Cock, which is awesome.
Fantastic.
So it went numbies. But so Fatima Klein, she's 2 fights away from being in your UFC face-up strawweight division. Savage. Tommy McMillan, Tommy Guns.
Yeah.
He's a Sugar Sean kid, 2 fights in UFC from Montana. Superstar written all over him.
Really?
Superstar.
Really?
You like Nate Diaz?
Yeah.
He's him, but cooler.
Wow.
He's him, but cooler, better tattoos. Yeah, I don't think Nate has any. Austin Bashi is going to be a beast, even though he lost. Israel Elliott, Savage. Damian Anderson from B Team, Savage. All young kids. Again, you're going to have to do your homework and look it up. Tommy Guns, you might have been familiar with. Fatima, you sure as fuck should know.
Who was the kid giving him the finger? What was that?
It's Tommy. It's
Yeah,
Tommy.
he's
Tommy.
He made it a fight. Like he made it a.
But he was also, first of all, he led the most strikes ever in 3 rounds in the history of the UFC.
Wow.
Most fights, most punches landed in 3 rounds. So, and then they had legit bad blood. And as he's beating his ass, he's flip moms going, talk shit now. Talk shit now. Like a genuine fighter.
Yeah.
And in today's UFC, you get athletes.
Look at him.
This kid is a fighter.
Yeah, he's a beast. Look at him. Fantastic. Just a gangster.
He goes now because he's beating Italian, he's beating a Muslim. He goes now, give me that Mexican in UFC no chance, which is next month. Now feed me a Mexican in UFC no chance.
Jesus.
He checks all boxes, but
Rough.
all boxes.
135?
145.
145. Wow.
Checks all boxes.
Yeah.
That's the takeaway for this. Like you watch that, if you're a UFC fan, we need shades.
Yeah.
The UFC cop.
Okay.
You need shades.
That's good. All right, good. I'm glad to hear that. I'm going to go home and watch that right as soon as I get home. Because
Tommy McMillan, you'll love him.
yeah,
You'll
I
love
bet. Now, Duplessis and Usman. I always root for Usman. I'm always
Me too.
wanting him to
I'm a fan.
find a way.
Yeah.
And with all due respect, Duplessis drives me nuts. His fighting style drives me nuts. I just find it clumsy. It's ugly. He gets the job done, but it's like he kicks. His kicks look awful. You know, his punches. I know. But it's like he looks slow. He looks on that. You can hear him go when he kicks. And I'm like, oh, fuck. I just don't like looking at it.
Yeah, I
right?
get it.
And
It's not the prettiest
He's
fight
not
style,
pretty
but
in any way, but he's goddamn effective. He's so rugged.
It's tough. For Kamaru, it's just like you're not an 85. And not
You're
only
not an 85?
and not only you're not an 85er, but you're fighting DDP, who's disguised as an 85er, is really a 205er.
Yes.
He's huge.
Yes.
So you're going up a weight class, and
And
then
the fight
you're
didn't look that much. Sometimes you can get deceived, right?
DDP was 20 pounds heavier at least.
When he stepped in there.
At least. And just a physical dude. No, Kamaru, your knees are shot.
Oh,
Can't really
stuffing
shoot
those
anymore.
takedowns. Stuffing.
Stuff him. So why don't you just sit and trade with this huge man at 85? Oh, did you get beat up all 5 rounds? Weird. I'd love to know. And Trevor Whitman's a master at this stuff. And maybe their game plan was to wrestle and just wasn't in the cards for tomorrow. But if the game plan was to sit and trade with DDP, you're fine. Terrible.
Well, I think
Yeah, Rocky.
I think Usman shot in and just felt that sort of. He was like, "There's nothing to be done here. This is not. I can't go shopping here. It's too expensive."
And you gotta get it. He can't shoot from the outside. Like he's not like a Hamza who's gonna shoot far out double.
Yeah.
He has to get in the inside, and get in the inside. You gotta eat those big punches.
But I'm gonna also say this, like, and
He's not washed though. I'll tell you that. He's not washed. He looked good.
He's one of the greats.
Well, no, but yeah, he can be a great
But I was saying this
wash.
at 85. At 85,
That's not
I
right.
said this, he's definitely looked slow.
Also, just stay out of that neighborhood. Like, don't go to that
Stay out of that
neighborhood. Stay out of that neighborhood.
You got
This is
you're,
Baltimore.
you're 170 pounds. You're 170 pounds,
Check your phone.
just like Connor is 155 pounds.
Correct.
Yeah, in a 70.
Come on, but I don't. Again, my takeaway wasn't DDP did his thing. I expected him to win. But Kamaru went. Oh, I still have some left in the tank. He could do some damage at 70. Bilal Muhammad at 70.
Yes.
JDM at 70. There's some fun fights for him.
Yeah.
Is he ever gonna be champion? No.
Did you watch?
I think he puts up a better showing against Islam Makhachev than he does DDP. Tell you that much.
I agree with
I bet
you
you he doesn't get shut out.
I'd love to see that.
15-45.
I'd love to see that.
Me too. And now you're never gonna see him
Why?
because he just never gonna see him.
Man, I don't.
You'd have, if he beat JDM, then we're cooking with gas. They give him JDM, he beats him good. In Islam, I bet would be like countdown because they were thinking about doing it before he went up to 85. They're thinking
I
about
don't think
giving
Usman's
him
trying to peep out of Islam. I mean, he's gonna wrestle him. He's gonna stand and bang with him. Islam's got his hands full. I'll tell you what, Islam has his hands full 5 years ago.
Right.
5 years ago, he's got his hands full.
Yeah. Hey, welcome to 2026.
How old is Kamaru right now?
He's every bit of 47. Listen,
Yeah,
in 5 years, he's 66. Listen, it's Monday.
39. He's 39.
Listen, it's Monday, July 20th, and it's 2026.
Like a little.
Now, if you did this take July 20th, 2021, I'm with you, bud. And we're having a good debate.
By the way, 2021, 2020, 20. I got him. He's
Sure.
He's
Now, unless you have a fucking time machine, it doesn't matter. Now, do you have a time machine? You don't have one.
Don't have one.
Is there one behind you?
There's not one
There's
behind
not?
me. No.
Then shut your fucking trap, right?
So I'm just saying.
Unless you have a time machine, that fight's not close, okay?
But
You're talking about the pound for pound number one guy?
I was talking about that guy.
Yeah, I don't fuck with the daggies either, but still, I gotta keep it pretty black.
My only thing
That's an asshole.
My only thing is,
How's Usman beat him?
well, my
In his
only,
current 39-year-old stature.
Well, my only thing is this.
Striking?
Well,
No, sir.
now hold on. Islam is a 55er. He can get down to 55.
Huge video.
He's a big 55er, but I feel like Usman, his wrestling, his cardio, his hands.
Hey, I was just thinking about you. How you living, pimp?
For sure, I'm with you. I'll tune in. See, I like how you saved yours.
What the fuck?
I'm gonna tune in,
You'll tune in.
right?
Hey, I'll tune in.
Tune in.
I'll tune in. Is Islam in his prime and better at every single aspect of mixed martial arts right now? Yes.
But remember,
Now,
when,
back in the day, now, again,
yeah.
you're gonna remember. You have time?
Yo,
Hold on.
Tony,
Now,
I'm
Usman.
gonna ask you one more time.
how you doing, big dog? I've been thinking about you.
I'm doing okay. I will be back at my house with my father for last chance with him.
Okay, what do you mean?
Like I want to try it again one more time.
Okay, that's good. That's a smart move. How's work?
Yeah,
How's work?
good.
So here's what I would do if I were you. I would say to him, Dad, I just started a job. You know this. I'm in day 2. I would like to pay you rent. So you tell me what you think is fair for rent, and I'll give it to you. And you can
I
expect.
have a big sad news.
What's that?
I was fired.
Shut up. What happened?
It was happen like I was like programming with my scanner, so this take me longer time, and they thinks I was not speed enough, so I was getting off.
Did they tell you that today?
Yes,
Okay, can you get your other job where you're working temporarily?
yeah,
Are they going to pay you for the 2 days you worked?
yes.
Okay. Well, it happens. So what did they say to you? Were you late to work?
No. They said I was. They said I can be late because this is far away. So there's doesn't matter.
But you were just slow when you were there?
Yes,
Okay, why were you slow?
because I have my scanner doesn't work like they say. So I was need new scanner. I got new scanner. So that's take long time.
I don't understand what you mean.
That scanner I have was lagging.
You mean
Was not good.
you were not fast.
The scanner was have made functions. The scanner, not me.
The schedule had mid functions. What does that mean?
Scanner.
Oh, the scanner had malfunctions.
Yes, Yes,
Did you tell them this?
yes,
Okay, so the scanner had malfunctions, not you. So you were fast,
yes,
and the scanner had malfunctions. And you explained to them, hey, the scanner's having malfunctions.
yes.
And they were like, you're fired?
They got new one. There was a little bit better. So I did what I need to do. And after that, they said to me, he's not going to work with us.
Okay, but you can get your other job back that you were working nights or whatever?
Uh, I hope so.
Okay, did you contact them and did you say, hey, I'd like to do that job again?
Tomorrow,
Why tomorrow?
because now it's like almost 10 p.m.
Okay. Are you going to ask where are you spending the night tonight?
In my dad's house.
Is he going to let you?
Yeah,
Okay, are you sure? Didn't he say that you had to get out?
yes, I'm 100 positive.
Okay, so are you at home?
I am in front doors.
Okay, you go talk to him and then let me know what happened, okay? It's okay. It's okay. You'll get your job back, your other job. No big deal.
I'm feeling stupid.
Don't feel stupid. You have nowhere to go. You have nowhere to go.
He wins
He doesn't
like
win.
everything.
Beg him if you need to. Beg him. And then let me know because you're going to need support, okay?
Yeah,
All right. We'll see.
I have a big interview for next week. I have the boss of police on Main City for next week.
To be a police officer?
Boss of police.
You're not going to be the boss of police.
No, I have interview with him.
To be what?
I no job interview, podcast interview.
Oh, podcast interview. Oh, that's a big thing. Okay. Okay, but let's not worry about podcast. That's really cool, though. But let's not worry about that right now. Go beg your dad while he's still awake, and then let me know what happened, okay?
And I hate my grandma.
Yeah, your grandma's a bitch. But wait, let's just say this. I just said that to make you laugh. She has dementia. She can't control it. But that woman sucks.
Yeah. Yeah.
Was she mean to you?
No, but she was cold.
What a bitch. All right, go win your dad over. Come on.
Okay.
And then come back in here and let me know how it went, okay?
Okay.
All right.
Talk to you soon.
God
Bye.
willing. Take care, big dog.
What time is
Let's
it?
hope for
Stupid thing.
Tony. Come on.
Do you have a time machine?
I don't have a time machine, but here's my take.
Okay, then go.
Now hold on. Now go. He if you remember in the third round against Kamzat, he stopped those takedowns. He was coming in.
No doubt. That's
Now,
Come on,
now
big
he's got
that was 3 years ago.
great
I'm asking you.
win.
That's 3 years ago. You had a time machine? Because you keep referencing old fights,
Bring it back.
and it's starting to piss me off. Because I've asked several times now if you have a time machine, and you don't. Because if you did, I'm on board with these takes.
You're on board with these takes.
But if you don't have one,
He's 39 right now.
he's 39 and just got shut out.
One of the all-time greats. One of the all-time greats, arguably.
No one's not saying that. There's argument he's the best welterweight of all time.
You could say that. There's 100% a strong scholarly. There's a scholarly debate that he is maybe best 170 of all time.
Some people put him over GSP. That's fine.
Fair.
Sure. I don't, but that's fine. But we're talking about July 20th, 2026.
Yeah. Now,
You keep bringing up old shit, right?
I just believe in the Last Dance, Bubba. It's called the Last Dance.
And did you see his last dance?
I did see his Last Dance. But he's 85, a little sluggish, a little bit, just a little.
Yeah, there's life for him at 70.
There's life for him.
I think he can beat JDM.
Now, how bad is that cut at 70 for him now?
He's been doing it for how long? He should be all right.
Boy, is he.
Because he wasn't a big 85er. He's not a massive 85er. Those real 85, Hamza, Strickland. I saw Strickland 230. What? 85ers are big, Bubba. Fuck. 85ers are big cats.
Really?
DDP? Big. Big
I saw
boy.
DDP next to Michael Bisping. Michael Bisping walks around at 220. Michael's a big guy.
DDP bigger.
DDP bigger.
Oh, so I met up with
Shift gears.
I met up with Nick Sick, Chris Curtis, and the boys on Friday.
Yes.
They were in Austin at Ways to Well. Salt Shader.
Yeah.
I can't give the exact details on what Nick Sick told me about Hamza, because you know Hamza was in their camp.
Yes.
I'll tell you off air, and you're gonna love it. It's juicy.
It's juicy.
Oh, it's fun.
Really?
Oh, it's fun.
Wow. Now, I want to just shift gears. Did you see?
I'll say this. After speaking with him, I would never bet against Strickland against Hamza. Ever again.
You would never bet on Strickland again.
Would never bet against Strickland again.
Oh.
Against Hamza.
Interesting.
Never. I'll never do it.
Interesting.
Never.
Really?
It is juicy.
Oh, I can't wait.
Oh, you're gonna love it.
Now, I can't wait to hear this now.
Oh, you're gonna love it.
Now,
Now Nick has come in. I can tell you right now.
I want to hear, but wait, I want to ask you one question. Did you watch my boy Cody Chaos Covington
Is Armin?
beat Armin?
Yeah.
5
Yeah, I'll point it up
too.
Yeah, he's a freestyle wrestler, so Armin doesn't come from that background.
Really? Okay.
Yeah. So notice he wasn't like picking him up, slam him,
Yeah.
like dismantle him. He played the game and beat him in the game.
Oh, really?
That's Cody's thing.
So it's a different style.
Yeah. Really, like the points and all that. Like notice he was getting points taking it back, doing certain movements, reverse and stuff like that.
Like old school, but
Yeah.
folk wrestling.
That's what he does. Like he was an All-American at Oregon State Division I.
So he's no joke.
No, Coley's no joke. Like Armin doesn't have an extensive background like that.
That's interesting.
And
Because
Cole-
Armin also,
Coley's bigger.
people like his coach is a gold medalist in the Olympics. Or Armin,
None of that. I don't give a fuck who's
all that he's like he could be in the Olympics.
Oh, who said that?
I've heard people say it.
The around people you hang out with.
Yeah, his wrestling.
No one's ever said that around me. Ever.
So
Because they know better. Right? They know better. And they say it around you, and it's a fun time. We're all talking about it, right? And you guys talk about his Olympic dreams.
Yeah.
Around me, that conversation goes nowhere because it's not a fucking conversation.
You shut it down just like that.
Oh, I won't even entertain. You know what I would do? I would leave the party. I'd go,
But Armand's wrestling is supposed to be top notch.
oh, you guys should make merch. They go, why are you interrupting us? Our take on Armin wrestling for the Olympics. I go, okay, cool. You guys should make merch that says we're casuals, and it would sell really well. And I'm gonna leave now before I get upset. Okay? Now tune in to Big Brown Breakdown, 11 a.m. Central, and learn something about the goddamn sport before I come back next time.
This is getting you all.
That's such a stupid take, right? It's so bad.
No, listen, Armand gave it.
I'd ask him, once again, I'm like, you guys know Cal, right? Now, I asked him the same question on Monday's show.
I hang out with Olympians. Careful.
Yeah, sure. Do you guys have a time machine? Because if you have a time machine, now this is a good argument because we can go back when he was 2 and he can start wrestling like those Olympians did, and he would probably be an Olympian. You don't have one either.
Well, now, hold on.
Now this seems to be
Probably
common.
Olympic or maybe not. That's a big tall order.
Big tall order.
It's a tall order.
And even then, it'd be tough.
It's 1,000 things, man. Being an Olympian
But
is
I'm gonna
so hard.
assume you guys don't have a time machine, just like Callan doesn't, right? And they go, no, we don't. I go, then this is such a waste of.
So we gotta go make merch right now.
You gotta make merch that says we're casuals and we love it.
All right, let's let it think in. I want to hear the juice.
Let's take a little break here from Chat with the Boys. If you've been sitting on a business idea, Shopify makes it easy to make happen. Everything you need to start selling is included and ready from day one, from the jump. Including the moment your first customer is ready to pay, Shopify checks out, helps more of them finish their purchase, and they come back with their details already saved, one tap, and they're freaking done, man. Because Shopify handles the setup and checkout, you have more time to focus on growing your business and the tools to do it. Shopify powers millions of businesses worldwide, from household names like Mattel to Gymshark to small businesses just getting started. With Shopify, nothing stands between your idea and real business, so make it one. Cha-ching! Start your free trial today at shopify.com/fighter. That's your free trial at shopify.com/fighter. been watching Naked and Afraid with my girl, and they're in Colombia in the jungle.
Yeah.
And the fact that women are straight up manhandling caimans, I'm like, caimans are kind of pussy.
Well, caimans will not eat. No, they can be 20 feet, but they won't eat humans. It's really weird. So in the Amazon, you can swim with a 20-foot caiman and still fuck with you.
Yeah, they're kind of small and they're kind of pussy.
They're not small.
Well, the ones in Colombia.
Yeah, they're smaller.
Bring up a black caiman right now. We're talking about
Heavy on the black.
Yeah, bring up a black caiman. Take a look at that. These fucking shades are. Now bring up, like look at that thing right there. Watch, look at how big they are.
Now we're talking about
See that?
orange
That's a black caiman, dude. That's how big.
Yeah, that's way different than the ones that I
But
was.
that's how big they are. But they.
That's an alligator.
Yeah.
Jim, bring up.
But somehow they don't.
Type in what's the difference between an alligator and a caiman?
Well, caiman's not an alligator. I found out.
Well, it's all part of the same thing. But the two crocodilian species, the three that'll fuck you.
Yeah, I was saying
Crocodile, which is a freshwater crocodile, the Muger. Then you have the saltwater, and you have the Nile, and they will actively hunt you.
And the crocodiles straight up bully alligators.
Oh yeah.
Like, especially in Florida. You ever seen that video of the crocodile?
American crocodiles will kill you.
So it
too.
says the most notable differences include location. Alligators are only native to southeastern United States. I didn't know that. And Yangtze River in China. Caimans are found in Central South America, such as the Amazon. Size. Most caiman species are relatively small, ranging from 3 to 8 feet long.
Yeah.
Alligators are much larger.
I think Florida's got the biggest ones I've ever seen. Like,
Alleys? Talking about alleys?
oh yeah. Like, if you play golf on the golf courses out there, they just straight fucking
Keep scrolling down, Tim.
on the course.
Their belly armor don't care. Teeth and jaw, same aggression. Caimans are generally more aggressive.
Here's what makes crocodiles
Ryan says
so
otherwise.
fucking dangerous. They will sit, if you've gotten in the water once, they will sit and they will wait.
In that area?
And they'll wait, they'll literally wait almost a month sometimes before they hit you. Sometimes they'll just be like, I'm not going to get him yet. And then they take you. But, yeah.
I think alligators look the best.
They do look sick.
They have the cool
They also
front
look happy.
end.
They're like smiling.
Yeah, they look pretty cool. Like a Nile, like a saltwater croc just looks evil.
They do.
They have those skinny, stupid
Evil,
noses.
horrifying. Horrifying. Giant skulls. Like, no thanks.
Yeah, alligators look like dinosaurs.
Yeah, they are.
You look at that bullshit caiman on the right. Yeah. Then look at that wide-bodied gator on the left. I love me a nice wide-bodied gator.
Yeah. Crocs scare me.
Gators don't really fuck with you that much either. I mean,
They're dinosaurs.
if gators,
No. Sometimes you get attacked, but for the most part, like in
you kind of got to be annoying the shit out of them.
Yeah.
Yeah,
During mating season, they're pretty nasty. And a woman was jogging and then put her leg over the thing, and a croc grabbed it. The alligator grabbed it, rolled her, and she was found with no arms or legs. That wasn't good.
Chalk it up to the game.
Yeah.
Like, they're usually going after smaller people. Like,
Older people, when they're walking their dogs, sometimes the alligator come up and grab the person.
Yeah.
Dog runs out of the way, and the alligator
Chalk it up to the game.
and then you get pulled in.
Yeah, I like a nice wide-nosed gator.
Gotta love a wide-nosed gator, dude.
Yeah, I'm fucking with crocs.
Yeah.
it's just cunty.
Crocs will just actively knock your boat over. They get smart. The big ones will get smart and attack boats. There was one in Australia. What?
Yeah, it was shut up by alligators. Hey,
Why you
you have a bandit on your tongue?
Oh, I do jiu-jitsu.
Yeah,
And I shot in.
rip some skin up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Doing a little wrestling. Too old to be doing that. Too old to have tape on my toe for that reason, by the way, but it's okay.
I'm too old for sandals and jeans, but you still do.
Might be too old, but these are the old toe hold.
But I don't
Titanic.
care if
Titanic
those
I hate
from
seeing
Jesus himself.
fucking pisses me
These are
off.
the best.
Yeah, it's so
It really pisses me off.
Really?
Yeah. I don't like it.
You don't like my feet, huh?
No, yeah, no. Not a way I want to start my No.
That and your thumbs.
As long as you like it.
really, your thumbs are great. No, your thumbs hyperextend like
Well, that's
crazy.
because I broke it punching somebody.
Hitchhiker thumbs.
Yep. That's good.
Nobody pulling over for you, dumbass. What do you mean, Callan? I'll pull up for Callan with that big old thumb. Right. Put it right up somebody's rump.
I'll put this right up your ass.
Let me see yours. Yep, not stopping.
Mine's straight.
It's a straight
Not
up.
stopping.
Mention
You don't see many hitchhikers, huh?
No, because people would die.
Yeah,
They would
yeah,
die. My father told me when he was 15, he was hitchhiking and got in the car, and a man picked picked him up, put his hand on his thigh. My father said, "I don't do that."
Is that a real story?
I hitchhiked by accident once. It was an accident though, because we were leaving this club in New York called Pasha. They open until 10 in the morning, so you can imagine we were pretty fucked up.
Yeah.
And you didn't have to wear a shirt in there, and we were all on steroids, so yeah, we weren't wearing shirts as you don't at 10 in the morning at a house music nightclub. And we're leaving the place we're trying. When you live in the Bronx, it's so hard to get a cab back because no one wants to get beat up and mugged. So this guy pulls up in a Jeep Liberty, and my boy Jeff goes, "Yo, this guy said he'll take us back." And I was like, "Oh shit." Usually it's a fucking problem trying to get back. You're high as fuck trying to get back home. And I'm just sitting in the fucking thing, and I'm just looking around. There's no livery tag. There's nothing indicating that I'm in a cab whatsoever. Just me and my shirtless dude friend.
Just a good citizen trying to get you home.
I looked at Jeff. I'm like, "You sure it's good?" He goes, "Yeah, it seems legit." So I was like, "Fuck it."
There's also 3 of you.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Boy.
he's fine.
he's a pretty big boy. And
Somebody got something home.
we start getting close, and he goes, "So where are we going?"
Yeah.
And I went, "Oh no."
Yeah.
So we had just been, once he pulled over to a red light, we texted each other, just jumped the fuck out of the cab.
You guys all got out.
Boy, suck him off first, then the guy.
That's not all person. That's just being polite.
Yeah, we don't have to
That's
really
not
watch the
too
box.
bad.
So where are we going? Yeah.
Did you guys watch World Cup?
I did.
God, I'm so glad it's over. I get so annoyed with Americans. So annoyed. Let me get your hot take on Spain, Argentina.
Yeah.
And then I'll wait another 4 years for you to get back into it.
I just listen to the guys who are, the British soccer commentators do it for a living.
Suck for comedy.
And he goes like this. He goes, he was from Scotland. He goes, it was a disgusting performance. It was disgusting.
By Argentina?
Yeah, thuggery and all that. And he was talking about, he was like, they were so critical of Argentina. Argentina, I don't think shot one goal.
Zero.
They played defense all the time.
Crazy.
These guys.
And they also like were known for cheating and being shitty and everything. So people are so, that's my thing about Messi. As great as he is, like I think if you're that great, you're supposed to be a leader on the team and set a tone, set a tempo,
Messi is so
set a culture.
autistic.
Huh?
Messi is
He
so
is.
autistic.
He is. He must be. He must
Oh
be.
my God.
Ronaldo would
He's
never.
around people.
Ronaldo would never
He just
stand
doesn't
for
know how
that.
to talk to people. He's
Yeah.
so uncomfortable.
Ronaldo would never stand for that shit ever. He'd be like, "Are you out of your mind?" He ran a tight ship. Messi was like, "Whatever," because those guys were straight up like just doing crazy shit, tackling, cheating. It was bad.
That's part of the game, though. Like
It's
slot
not
tackles
so,
and,
so it is.
and
But
shoulders.
when you listen to these guys talk, they were like, that was way beyond the pale. It was just shitty. It was like, and you lost anyway.
Spain needs an Oscar for. Did you see the guy who looked like he got hit by a fucking
Oh,
car?
They all did.
Are you kidding me?
It's the best.
They go to the same fucking acting school LeBron goes to.
I love it.
I can't stand it. That's my one problem with soccer. They all act like they got hit by a fucking truck every time someone
I did a
slightly
whole thing
touched
on
them.
it.
I think it's good every 4 years. I mean, it was fun. It was fun, but if it was every year, it'd be a little much.
Well, it's Premier Leagues are every year.
Yeah. No,
European championships and all that.
Well, there's a Copa Cup that's South America. Then there's European Championships. But
but the world's not rallying around that.
Yeah, they are.
America's people, not America.
America's the only country that doesn't give that much of a shit.
Yeah.
But worldwide,
The whole world.
Oh, I don't. In India, you guys see how many people watch cricket?
cricket's actually probably bigger than baseball.
It's huge. Really? Huge.
Cricket's one of the biggest sports in the world.
Massive.
Yeah, those games.
But it also
those
shows
games
how
last 3 days.
dope
sometimes.
Americans are at sports. You heard what happened with the Americans in cricket.
No.
So I didn't even know we had a team. And our team basically beat Pakistan, which is the best team.
Yeah, that's all they
And
do.
they all had to take paid time off because they all work at Oracle. They're not actually full-time professional athletes.
Yeah, look
That's
at
how good America is at sports. So we have our part-time Oracle employees.
Biggest
that
sport in the
true?
world.
Is that
Soccer,
true?
3.5 billion fans. Cricket, 2.5 billion.
What?
Yeah, cricket's massive.
That's crazy.
Basketball,
What the fuck?
2.4.
I'm amazed at that, actually.
Oh, cricket?
Yes.
Buddy, you're too.
That's not interesting to me.
No, the one that interests me is hockey. I would
We
never
gotta think
thought
about Russia. Massive.
Yeah, hockey.
Sweden. Norway.
those are small countries besides
Canada.
Russia.
Russia's so big.
Russia, yeah.
Canada.
Tennis, really?
Yeah. Tennis is everywhere, and it's year round. They get 1 month a year off. That's why so many of them are like injuries and stuff, and they burn out. I think it was Maria Barty. She was the best in the world, and she just went. She was 30, and she just quit.
Yeah, but at 30, you're kind of washed in tennis.
She was still number one.
I know, you're still good to go.
She's like, I don't even want to talk about it. She hated it so much.
Yeah.
Just the pressure all the time.
What's the age in tennis where you're like, this person has to start hanging up the...
Well, by the time they're 37, 38, I mean, Djokovic is still competing. He's still number 3 or 4 in the world at 30. He's special. But Rafa, they played to their own sport.
Yeah?
But those are the special guys. But not yet.
In general.
Yeah.
But is it like UFC where they become like Fedor, where it's like, damn, it's sad they're still doing this?
Not really, because you get kicked out pretty quick. But now the way they're hitting, with the speed and the way they're in the air when they're hitting now, it's like it's just a power game.
I feel like we should get into cricket. I think you could say,
Dude, those games go on for 3 days.
Could you imagine Aaron Judge or Otani hitting a fucking cricket ball?
oh my god.
That ball would never land.
I don't know. Like some of it, yeah. I don't know.
It would be a small learning curve.
They pick them up pretty fast.
Soccer in itself is interesting because it's not just about scoring goals. It's your touch. It's your touch.
Oh, yeah.
Like where you place the ball when you pass it. Like that's a touch. That's a feel. Like so like Messi's so good at putting the ball exactly where it needs to be for his player to head it in or something.
Mm-hmm. And you also got to give them credit. What other sport? I mean, basketball, you're running a lot too, but like, what other sport are you sprinting for almost 100 minutes straight?
Yeah, they run almost 8
miles.
Yeah, 10 miles.
That's fucking insane.
Yeah.
Did you guys talk? You guys talk DDP and
Give us your take though.
yeah, it was kind of sad at the same time, but because it was like Usman was like Leonardo DiCaprio and DDP was like the bear in The Revenant.
Yeah.
It was not good. It was.
What do you mean? That's that.
There was so many times where Usman got so concussed he didn't know.
He thought he won the fight.
Yeah, he just got brutal. Like the fact that Usman at a certain point DDP was willing. He was like, all right, you could try and take me down.
Yeah.
But in the first round and like even the last round, like the judges give him. Two of the judges gave
Only the last round.
Yeah.
First round was.
But even in the last round, Usman didn't even turn it up until the last 45.
But that's what I'm saying. I think he got beat up so bad that last round. It's like the little injury that good. They went, you need finish. I think we're gonna go with the Usman. You're like, but if you even look at the copy strike numbers, like DDP still landed more and hurt him in that round.
A lot.
Yeah, so it's like, I guess you get.
He was big brother in him the whole time.
It's just too much.
Wasn't my favorite fight of the night though.
We were no, that close.
Tommy McMillan,
Tommy Guns. I
Tommy
just
Guns is
educated Brian on Tommy Guns.
dude.
And Fatima Klein.
Doesn't he look like Tommy? What's that guy who dated Pamela Anderson?
Tommy
On
Lee.
the boat?
Oh, Tommy
He looks like
Lee?
Tommy Lee.
Yeah, maybe.
Did you see? We were talking about Colby Covington and Sarukian, right?
So good.
And Sarukian is
Colby is
Sarukian is an Olympic level wrestler.
Wait, he said Sarukian's Olympic level?
I said that he was like, I
No,
said
he's not.
No,
Not even close.
He's good.
But not like the world stage though, or even
No.
Division I level.
but
But I think it's good for people to realize that.
the hype.
But that's my whole thing with like, there would be a good strike in the UFC. They'd be like, oh, Justin Gaethje has world class boxing. Armin has world class takedowns. Like, the term world class is thrown around too loose these days.
Yeah.
You know what this looks like? This looks like a D1 All-American versus a D3 All-American. Like, Armin's good, but I don't think he's going to make it to the All-American.
See, I always thought Armin was a high level wrestler because his coach is an Olympic gold medalist. He's been wrestling his whole life. When you think of Arman, you think
Well, what's his coach have to do?
Well, because when you think about Arman, you think to yourself, Arman's going to beat everybody in 55 because of his wrestling, not his striking. You think of his wrestling. Why? Because he gave Makachev a hard time. So we think of the Dagestani says the problem to solve is that wrestling, right? And that's why, because he's like one of those guys who's really good at wrestling.
I think that goes to what Brandon's saying. Like, when we say people, whenever they throw out world class sometimes in UFC way too much, because you see what he just did to Armin? It would be so much worse what Kyle Dake would do to Colby. That's a world level.
Yeah, you're talking. Yeah, and then Kobe's not even.
Kyle Dake could do whatever
Kobe
he
can
wants.
sniff the Olympic. I mean, it's not even.
And Kyle Dake is one of those people that it's hard for him because he was in Jordan Burroughs' weight class. So sometimes he didn't even make worlds.
But like people don't understand. Like, I think this weekend they're doing Jordan Burroughs for Sean Brady. It's like. I have more interest in watching fucking the girl from Juno
Because Jordan Burroughs is gonna just mollywop.
It doesn't make any
First of all, I didn't know Jordan Burroughs was big enough to. How much does he weigh? What did he wrestle at?
I think he was
Sean Brady's way bigger, isn't he?
wasn't Burroughs at 55?
doesn't matter. Sean Brady could be 300 pounds, rib muscle. It would not matter. And you've been around the sport too.
Burroughs versus Brady is like the equivalent.
Brent's having a thing.
No, I'm not gonna have a thing. I'm not gonna be mean to you.
No, it's okay.
Now do it.
No,
It's okay. Damn, Burroughs is what? Okay, 163. All right.
yeah, dude.
Oh yeah, 74.
174. Fuck, he's okay. That's
He's not
You're gonna have your hands.
Yeah,
Yeah, Nebraska's at 57.
You're gonna have your.
keep talking.
You're gonna have your
You're talking about John Burroughs has a huge size advantage over Sean Brady.
hands.
It's not real.
You're gonna have your hands.
And if you think he's not cutting a ton of weight to get to that weight class,
Yeah.
Jordan Burroughs is arguably the best ever.
Yeah. And me and Sean Brady when they announced, I went, oh, interesting. I won't watch that.
I'll watch it. It's like
Just to see.
I'll tell you how it's going to go. Yeah, all right.
it's a tech fall that.
Gina Carano had a better shot at beating Ronda.
Oh, it's so much closer.
Not even close, yeah.
So much
She
closer.
at least had a shot. Like, there's no Hail Marys in wrestling.
Now, have you seen what Jordan Burroughs does to people with that blast double?
You know how fucking good he is at wrestling? It's white belt versus black belt. Even that's not a fair comparison.
No, not at all. No, it's first level jiu-jitsu guy, first day of class versus black belt.
But like the greatest black belt.
Two time Olympic gold medalist and 6-time world champion. Jesus Christ.
They do it for the views, but I'm sure when they called up Jordan Burroughs, he's like, yeah, I can.
Well, do you know what this sounds like to me? This sounds like they just want to
Trying to
get
put
Jordan
over.
on it,
Yes.
so they just want to just put him with the name that you're going to know off the bat.
He doesn't even come from a wrestling background. It's jiu-jitsu.
Who, Sean Brady?
I thought Brady was a wrestler. I thought he was a wrestler first. Well, that doesn't make
Well, look it up. He wasn't a Pennsylvania wrestler.
I thought he was. That doesn't make any sense. He didn't have any college wrestling.
Let's take a little break here. Listen, y'all know my teeth are a disaster. I was always ready to upgrade my routine, especially with my teeth. Recently, I heard about Loreen Co., a chewing gum that actually makes your teeth stronger every time you use it. I said, say less. Your boy needs this. Loreen is better for you. Chewing gum that uses the same mineral your teeth are made of to support daily enamel health. I can't tell you how bad I need this, man. Loreen still needs to send us the gum because your boy needs it. I need my teeth to really up their game, man. I used to love chewing gum, but I can't now. So I'm banking on Laureen to get it done, man. It feels good knowing it's making my teeth stronger. It's a totally effortless way to make sure you're taking the best care of your teeth possible. Right now, Laureen is offering you guys up to 50% off at Buy Laureen. That's LARINE.com/FATK. That's Buy Laureen. Laureen is LARINE.com/FATK for up to 50% off.
Muay Thai Jiu-Jitsu.
I
I thought he was a Philly, like,
Me too.
he
I
was a
thought he
big
was that
wrestler.
guy, right?
Like a high school wrestler.
There's a Penn State wrestler or something at least. Why you could put him against Jordan Burroughs? That's your
Because that's a name that Jordan is going to just beat very easily. Because you're not going to
So because they get the eyeballs from the MMA community. So if MMA community goes, Sean Brady, I'll watch him versus who's this guy? Oh, he's an Olympian. And then they watch Jordan Burroughs just follow up the fuck. And I'm like, oh, that was dope. I like Jordan Burroughs now.
Yeah.
That's what they're doing.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Because I would love to see them set up Burroughs versus Dake.
Correct.
Again, that's what you want to see.
Now, Sean Brady doesn't even have a high level wrestling pedigree. If we research this and it said, yeah, he was All-American at University of Oklahoma State. Even then, he would be correct.
Yeah.
Even then, correct. There's a world of difference from being on the Oklahoma State wrestling team and an Olympic gold medal.
Yeah, I was watching that guy Miles Amini, who is a bronze medalist, and like he probably walks away about 190. It's their transitions. It's their it's like water. You grab them and they're just gone.
Yeah.
There's nothing you're doing. There's
Did you ever see
nothing.
what
They're ahead.
DC, when Khabib was like, oh, I want to go against Jordan Burroughs, and DC just looked at him and just laughed in his face?
No, I think
Or was it
Islam said that.
Yeah.
Islam said that. He was like, well, that brother is had a double leg. Now, if it was,
In a case,
submission fighting, submission grappling, we got a problem. We got a problem. Because
But it's not.
I've seen, yeah,
But it's not.
it's not.
It's not.
But if it's
RF is on such a come up. It's so awesome to see that wrestling is finally starting to
how
share
is it doing? It is.
It's amazing. Yeah, people are actually looking forward to wrestling now, which is crazy.
Their stuff's cooking more than UFC. I mean, not the big UFCs, but like the fight nights, they're outpacing them. Like,
Besides that fight, that was a good fight night.
it was a solid fight night. Yeah.
How do you think
Shit.
Kobe would do against Makhachev Islam in a wrestling match?
Kobe beats him.
Really?
Mhm.
Same thing.
Yeah. It's just straight wrestling.
So wrestling.
So is Makhachev.
He's not though.
But Makhachev
He
is
loved
even.
wrestling with his dad and his buddies. One guy did it to
But
just
in
cause
Dagestan,
crazy,
that's
but
not fair because in
Islam is not
Dagestan
even-
he's getting looks from Olympians.
But Islam is not even one of the top out of all the Dagestanis in the UFC.
No, I mean those guys do train with strict Russian Dagestani wrestlers. They do. They
it doesn't matter.
why?
Because he's not competing. Just training, like when you keep mentioning, well, his coach is gold medalist. None of that matters. He's not putting anything on the line. There's no.
Well, they're not focusing on wrestling. They're focusing on fighting.
They come up with that sambo. You know, they're all black
Right.
belts in sambo.
Yeah.
So we became sambo world champion 2016. Very cool. Very cool.
It's just different.
Why is that not a sport here? Why is that not? It's never really left.
Because you know why we have MMA?
Yeah.
Because we have MMA. If you watch Sambo, it's a tamer MMA. When you have MMA, like
Is Sambo
Sambo
closer
did a
to
lot of.
judo?
Yeah, it's Greco. They have a lot of throws. They have a lot of leg locks. But when you get to MMA, it's more comprehensive. It's like Sambo, but you could argue better. There's a reason guys like Fedor went from Sambo to MMA.
Yeah.
It's not going to compete with MMA. You may as well just do MMA.
It is okay. So you can strike in Sambo.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
Combat sambo.
all that shit.
How nice was that video I sent you? That street fight at like 4 a.m. That
Oh, the big black guy, the Mexican.
that was like watching Debo versus.
Bring that up, Jim. I think Robert Black posted it.
Oh yeah, that kid just gets low.
It really just shows you just like
Boom.
Nick sent it to me. I was like, let's talk about this. I'm finding the kid, and I watched. I went, I don't get what there's to discuss.
It's like the most
That's how that goes. I said that.
But I don't get.
That's how
Big
that
fat, out of shape black guy versus a kid
oh,
who's
it's a fat guy, just a huge dude.
Bigger machine, and a bigger machine hits harder with less effort gained.
I got caught
But
there.
here is the quiet truth of fighting. All else is never equal. Skill does not argue with the machine. It finds
Here's
the
what
truth
pisses me
in the
off. This is
machine.
why it sucks. This is why you can't, as a dude, go out by yourself without your friends. You notice when he went down, all of his friends stopped him from finishing the fight. But when the small guy went down and he has no friends with him, they let the big dude try and clock him.
Simply never stops arriving.
He just got knocked down on his feet. But
That was like a Mortal Kombat fatality.
Enjoy
that's how that goes all the time.
I can't believe it's not a thing. I'm saying I can't believe it's a thing. Like it's trending. Like yeah, the kid that has a boxing background lit up the big slow black guy and can't fight.
Yeah.
Cool, man.
But also another reason why, even if you're a trained fighter, to stay away from this kind of shit is right after that, someone with a ring on their finger just clocked him on the side of the mouth, and he had to get stitches
Oh.
because his whole lip got
Side
split.
though?
Yeah, because it doesn't matter how good of a fighter you are. Like
It's a street fight. Yeah, it's a bummer.
that's the problem with it. That if you notice, he gets knocked down at the beginning. He gets caught,
Yeah.
kind of like
They
off
tried
balance.
jumping in on him.
And no, they let the big dude just start wailing on him.
Yeah.
But he luckily, he said he has a wrestling background, so he's like, I wasn't too worried. You know, I just didn't wrestle in high school. But
That's
when
tough
he
shit.
knocked their friend down, all of a sudden they're like, whoa.
No, so the black dude actually let the small dude up. That was the thing. And then, is that what you're saying or not?
We tried to hit him, but he just got up.
You can't punch him even though he's down.
Hold on. Let's see.
He threw it and fell.
The other guy's also
Right, he's down, so he's
black
not-
and Mexican.
Well, you guys still punching?
Punch.
Yeah, that's what they're saying.
And then later on, the black guy goes, I let you up. Which he kind of did not.
This is in Houston. That tough little fucking kid, boom.
The mountain is larger.
Robert Black does a lot of philosophy.
I guess some of the stuff is good for people to see. It's like, yeah, the trained boxer's gonna light up the inexperienced guy.
Mhm.
Destroy. But the black a real boxer will light up a
He's still young. He's a young bro.
young super. He's just getting started. Has so far.
Yeah, you
Odds are he doesn't win.
You
Definitely
see
not.
a fight with that kid is in the bathroom. And I think the kid was Samoan, but this little kid is really crisp with his punches. Just like here, and the Samoan was like, and then just grabbed him in the body, grabbed him
slapped
by
on
the
the ground.
picked him up and just
Yeah.
threw him on the ground,
Oh.
and just spiked him, and the kid was out. There is that too.
That's a problem too in street fights. If a lot of their boys are there, and if you pick someone up and slam them, you're getting kicked to the back of your head so fast.
This is why when Bradley Martin was like, "Mighty Mouse, I'm 260 though." I'm like, none of it matters.
No,
Can't
especially against
fight.
Mighty Mouse.
But you can't fight.
Mhm.
He can.
Yeah.
Like, that's his language.
He's gonna get behind you.
Mhm.
He's gonna something's
He's
gonna.
gonna do whatever he wants to. You're not gonna touch him.
He's gonna get you like it's like for us as a hobby. You got Devin Marat. Devin Marat's is 290 pounds, 6'6", crazy strong, and for us just got him in what's called an ankle lock.
Yeah.
Like yeah,
Did you see Mighty Mouse rolling with KSI? KSI is a really big dude. Like I never realized he was. I thought he's a. And KSI is
Anybody
basically
next
like,
to
they want to see how long he could last. I don't even think he lasted 30 seconds before DJ had him in I think he had him a triangle, like on a triangle from the top.
Yeah, inverted triangle. But yeah.
Mhm.
Remember the YouTuber's done a few YouTube boxing events, got tapped out in
They're one of the
seconds
greatest
by
ever.
Mighty Mouse.
Probably walks around.
Doesn't have to be the greatest ever. If it was just the guy from the Contender Series, the exact same thing happened.
Mhm.
It's just what they do.
Yeah.
It's like just being surprised we get outshot by a professional sniper.
Mhm.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what the fucking guy does, man.
Oh, he let him start in the mountain.
Oh no, he has no technique. He has no idea what he's doing.
Heck, I know what to do here.
Oh my god.
Get under him. That's what I do for a living.
That's his body, boy. And my man's just fucking out.
He's not even trying at all.
It's all a reaction from him. Look at that. Oh, look at that. That's not good. That sucks. Yeah, that's a bitch.
Here it goes.
Here we go. 17 seconds.
But this time, I'm nowhere near you.
I was trying to run.
This is great.
Put your black
Yeah,
hands on.
KSI seems like a cool guy.
He is. Mighty Mouse seems like a great guy, which he is.
Mhm.
Oh, yeah.
They got him faster. Got him faster.
Bro, just manhandle.
That's
Something that's really funny about, like, I think it's really good as a man to go into a room where if you've never trained before, whether it's a wrestling room or jiu-jitsu or boxing, and just get humbled,
I've done it
it's
all.
so good for you,
I've
as
done it all.
for your ego.
I've done it with boxing. I've done it with jiu-jitsu. I've done it with wrestling. It's just a different thing, man.
I'm sure you've had it when you wrestled back in the day where you, like, went against school where the kid looked like Harry Potter,
Well, I went to
and then
Dan
he
Gable's
just had his
wrestling.
way with you.
I went to Dan Gable's wrestling camp, and I would go to wrestling camp every summer. And you'd get some dude, but when you go to Dan Gable's wrestling camp, you get these kids from Oklahoma, these farm boys, who've been wrestling their whole life.
And they look like dorks.
Enjoy that shit. Enjoy that shit.
Yep.
But then we would wrestle with the Hawkeyes. Sometimes they'd come in and just like fuck with us.
Mhm.
Like I was like, oh my lord.
Yeah.
But when you wrestle, even you know that you know where you are. That's what sports are like. That
It's amazing.
All sports like that.
all
It's
sports
not
are like
exclusive to combat
Yeah.
sports.
When you first started, was there ever someone where you're like, shit, that humbled me? When you first started training?
that. You box with guys, real boxers.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, but it's like we'd go against Gabriel Williamson, who was an Olympian, and he would like light us up. But you're like, all right, if it was a real fight, I'd just take you down.
Sure.
Up down. There's that. Or like
Sure,
we
when you started.
go against smaller wrestlers.
Mhm.
Jiu-jitsu, of course. You know, and it's like Hodge Grace or something like that. But it's all sports.
Mhm.
All sports. All sports. These boys, especially in Lake Travis, get humbled super fast when you go compete against kids from Dade County
Yeah.
or Liberty City.
Mhm.
Really, there's monsters out there.
And I'm sure once they go against a kid from Pennsylvania, when they go against a kid from New Jersey, then even those kids are going to get humbled so fast.
Yeah.
You know?
And then sometimes not. Sometimes you got some monsters where they just it's gonna be tough to find someone to challenge.
It's good for you. You learn how tough you're not, and you also learn how tough you are. If you keep working, pretty soon you're way better than you were, and you beat guys you didn't think you could beat.
That's why as a wrestler, it's good in the off season, which I'm sure your kids are going to start doing as they get older. But them going to camps outside of Texas, like going to it's not Gables anymore, but they basically rebuilt it into a different way. I forgot the name of the camp, but it's basically SEAL training, you know. And then I went to a couple different camps in Pennsylvania, just as like a junior in high school, and going from being like ranked and then getting destroyed by unranked people in Philadelphia was crazy.
Big boys.
But it's good for you because then you go back onto the mat against people, and it feels like you're wrestling in slow motion.
Yes. That's life.
Yeah, camps are still the biggest deal for baseball, football. A lot of kids go to the LSU camp, Texas camp. That's when coaches get noticed.
Mhm.
You know,
What's your for them? What's your like outlook? Like, where do you want them to put all their effort in? Is there one yet, or is it too young?
too young.
Too young.
Don't decide to they're at least freshman high school.
Well, your kids are tall enough that I thought they were
No.
a lot older.
Yeah, you don't want to stick with a specific sport to at least freshman.
Freshmen.
The problem is Lake Travis is so competitive. You gotta be a super baller to pull off football
two sports, I get pretty good. It's so good.
They also
Really?
those are
Can't
two
be,
sports that
can't be a baseball.
It's rare.
that's also
It's
two
rare
sports
these days.
as you get older that don't go hand in hand athletic wise.
That's why it's good. Because
You're getting
the
to
ball
both sports, right?
both.
Yeah.
But also, if you want to take football seriously, your son's gonna be he's already gonna be tall, guaranteed. But they're gonna start putting on a lot more muscle and
Yeah.
stuff like that, which is not good when it comes to baseball at all.
Depends.
You want your arm, like in baseball, you want your arm to stay a whip.
Depends.
It's not great. Like
Because
when I was younger, I could throw a ball
Yeah.
harder than I do now because I actually was able to.
Yeah, but now with the training stuff, like now those days of like, oh, you don't be a muscular baseball player. It's like Aaron Judge's pretty fucking muscular.
He is very much.
Trout's pretty muscular.
Yeah.
Stanton's huge.
Yeah.
Trout's big cat.
That
Chapman's a giant pitcher. You know, so like the day it has changed a little bit because you're getting real athletes in MLB.
benching 475.
Yeah, monster.
Yeah, there's a guy who was a catcher, Kevin Vincent, or maybe he was a pitcher from the TR. He's a pitcher. I met him. He's probably 6'2", 6'3", 250. He just picked up 700 pounds off the ground. He just deadlifted 700 pounds. He wasn't even a weightlifter. You know, Kevin was like, I couldn't believe it.
Tyler O'Neill's a good one.
6'7", so crazy.
He's 6'7".
Aaron Judge.
Aaron Judge is Tyler O'Neill's not. He's 5'9".
I didn't know Stanton was that big.
Stanton's huge. Huge.
He is the worst.
Football all-star. Football
You
all-star.
ever see the way he runs?
Yeah, he's a freak though.
He used to be.
Yeah.
But now he's so hurt
It's tough.
that it's like watching, did you see the MMA robot fights?
No.
That's what it looks like watching John Carlos Stanton run.
These guys are pretty rocked.
You guys didn't see that? China had the first robot MMA fight.
No, but I'd like to.
I have it somewhere here.
I'd like to see that. Oh yeah, somebody sent us that.
It's always trippy too because I'm like, is this AI? Because when you see regular robots when they demo them, they fall down, they trip. But these are so like
fell.
We're gonna have
Crazy.
robots,
A
guys.
lot.
They're gonna do all our housework, and I'm gonna be able to practice my jiu-jitsu. Oh, what? Oh, this is fucking hilarious.
See the head fell off?
Then you can smart back up.
This is
It looks like two people running the controllers on the new UFC.
Yeah.
weird.
But I don't know why you care about this.
People in China love seeing weird shit.
Yeah.
I care about it because I think about what Eric Weinstein and some theoretical mathematicians are saying.
Like
Which
them
is that-
in fourth.
No, what they're saying is that we're already in the matrix. Like, we started that way, and now we're this. So when you're watching UFC, you're watching the advanced version of that in human form.
I just don't like. I've
It's
seen the
fucking
Terminator too many times to.
But what I'm
This
saying
is
is
a
that
great idea.
those machines, like, we are producing better machines. We've been in this loop. So this has been going on from the beginning. It's so fucking
What
weird.
do you mean?
So now we're making better machines with AI, right? And we're making robots. And so you just saw that. In 10, 20 years, what do you think those robots are
That's
going to
Oh, they're gonna be insane.
They're going to be human. They're going to look human, right? They'll have skin, they'll have all that, right? That, you and I may already be an advanced version of that. And we, as these robots, these really advanced robots, are doing this, are making better versions of us. So we are the most advanced version right now. Theoretical mathematicians are saying this. We are already the highest version of this.
So you're saying that like we're creating this and they could create something even better than that?
Yes, we are. So we will have in 20 years, whatever it is, and time, of course, is just, it's not how you and I think of it. It's a relationship between two mathematical bodies. So in 20 years, quote unquote, we will have versions of ourselves that do everything better, physically and everything else. Now, will they have consciousness? That's the question. What is consciousness?
And there's also the what's that theory called where we're gonna combine? Basically, it's just gonna be.
We'll mesh with machines. Already happened. Already happened. Already happened. Neural link and all that shit.
Yeah. Are you a fan of that?
Neuralink
Stuff
stuff
like that?
about it.
I don't know.
And I'm trying to think of it.
I don't know what to say about any of it. I don't even know when I hear theoretical mathematicians tell me that this is, we are already in this simulation. I know the Buddhists do that crazy thing where they say, you cannot locate yourself. You don't know where you are. Like if you think about the fact that you can witness where you are, we have this consciousness that can witness this avatar going through all these things physically and emotionally and mentally. Then who is that? Who is that? Who is that? Where is that?
What is the consciousness?
Where is that person watching you from?
Mm-hmm.
What is that? Like, so you have a self, right? We all have a self that we protect really carefully, like this cubic space. Like I eat a certain way and all that. That's not you. That's the avatar you operate. It's fucking. This shit blows my mind, and it's like, but it starts to mesh with Buddhism in a weird way.
I like the idea though of things like Neuralink for people like they want to cure blindness. That people who are paralyzed getting their usage of their limbs back.
Absolutely.
Because I have a friend that he was on my wrestling team when I was in high school.
Yeah.
He ended up having ended up falling, hitting his head, and he's paralyzed from here down. One of the fucking nicest kids, amazing athlete, amazing wrestler.
Nightmare.
But it's just like he had just a neck injury that really destroyed him.
And that's what you want. You want to figure out the Yamanaka factors are that's the craziest shit. Where the stem cells go back to their beginning, and you actually start you can create new cells in your eyes, in your head, like all that. So they're reversing blindness. They're doing it right now in. The guy won a Nobel Prize. They're doing it right now in dogs.
I kind of found out that most blind people aren't completely. They don't just see black. It's not a complete.
Oh, really? Yeah, they see light. That's why they don't take your eyes out. They just take your eyes out. People get infections. Problem with taking your eyes out is the cones in your eyes regulate your circadian rhythm. So when you look at light, it tells you when it's time to go to bed. When it's so when you need to be able to gauge light and dark. Otherwise,
Mr. Beast did a video where he cured 50 people's blindness.
Yeah.
And people got mad at him for some reason.
He's awesome.
Yeah.
He's awesome.
He cured 50 people's blindness.
It was just on Rogan. Did you listen to it?
No, was it good?
I have no clue. I'm not a fan.
No.
He just does nothing.
He looks like a robot.
There's something going on there. I can't put my finger. I'm like, I don't know. I don't fuck with him.
Like you don't
Just
like
get
him, or
content.
just you just
No, I just not. I don't know what it is.
There's plenty of people
just-
like that.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. I'm just like I see him on Rogan. I'm like, skip that one.
I don't know why, but I agree, and I don't know
what. Yeah, me neither. I don't know.
I don't know why I agree with you,
I
but I've always felt that way. I think he's a great person.
Maybe.
Does
I
this
think
make sense?
he does great things, but somehow I'm not interested. I don't know why.
Does this
I'm
make
not
sense?
interested, but something's going on there. I don't know what it is.
Doesn't it feel-
I can put my finger. I just go. I don't know, man. Nah.
Doesn't it feel uncanny valley? You know the uncanny valley theory, where it's basically like anything that looks almost human but is not completely human, and it makes you feel uncomfortable.
I think I know what it is.
It's a team.
I think I know what it is. But the reason that the reason we all talk about fighting, okay, or we talk about sports, when we talk about it, why don't we just have a conversation about levels? And the reason is because we all try hard to be good at something. And then when you see excellence, when you see real excellence that takes all the things like dedication, learning how to talk to yourself, the years, talent, all that, it somehow gets us very intrigued because we respect it, because it's something that it brings out the best in humans, okay? Then there's another side of life where some people are really good at manipulating an algorithm. They're really good at creating they're good at creating something where the eye goes to it. Could be Paris Hilton. It could be whatever, where you just do something. You do a lot of stuff. And then we all go, so he'll go, I'm going to do Squid Games, or I'm going to give away this much money. And everybody's like, yeah. That somehow is void of,
It's not
as good as
inspiring.
it's not inspiring. It's void of the things that we really like, which is like when you watch a great comic, you watch like Bill Burr and you go, that dude, like how he wrote that, whatever. We're always trying for something. And when you see spectacle, when you see somebody who's very good at getting the lens to turn on them, and they make a lot of money doing it, and they give away a lot of money, it's all good. But giving the money away is another way of getting a lot of money.
Yes.
Sure.
So it becomes this trick.
Yeah, and
And
then
I'm not saying he's a bad person. I think he's
I
probably a great person.
don't know if he's bad or
He's
good.
a good person.
But and then also where it's like every video he does gets whatever 100, 200 million views. I'm like,
He's not
I don't trust that. I think there's something going on with him and YouTube.
Oh, for sure.
Like there's some some weird in cahoots there with him and YouTube.
I'm sure there is.
It's like
but
every video he's ever done is like 25 million views. My first day, I'm like,
why
what's
did
going
not
on
take away
here?
from him though?
It's a popularity.
Because like we act like he just showed up on the scene and got like that. That took like I think like a decade of
Nobody's saying it
tailing
doesn't take a lot of work.
on
He's an amazing guy in his own right. In what
Which
saying he's
but
got
just
that
like
talent.
like it's just like that I could agree with. But
He has a good work ethic and he figured out the algorithm.
it's almost like when you're trying to
he just said it. I mean, I think
He's a good work. Yeah, because you don't get inspired by him. You go, okay.
no, I don't get inspired by him.
So he's been doing it for 5 years. No, this is way back.
What's up, guys? It's currently October 4th, 2015. Yes, I'm probably like a freaking grown man when you see this. I'm still in high school right now, and this camera's tilted. When you see this, I'm actually going to be in. I'm not even going to be in college. This is
Yeah,
going to
he's
be
not fun.
Well, he learned.
So just
He started super early.
This kid is great. He's a kid. He's probably feeling awkward. He's probably not doing sports. It's hard to be a kid.
No chicks.
Right. And so
right.
yeah, and so sometimes when you're him, you're not the all-star of the baseball football team.
You figure out a path.
Yeah, you're a little bit on the outside looking in. It probably wasn't that pleasant to be high school, but he's got a positive attitude. He's a smart, good guy.
He's not a bad person.
Not at all. He's a good person. What I'm saying is that he figured out his lane,
From what we've seen.
and that's just not something I would do, but I appreciate it. I do appreciate it.
The only thing that I said, because it's not a talent that he has, but I'm sure you know the same feeling when you first try a joke on stage and like the crowd laughs, but you still didn't get it out right, and you're just like, I know that's not the way it's supposed to be yet, but the crowd knows. They have an idea what I'm supposed to be saying.
Right.
That's kind of what he did, basically, what he explains with YouTube, where he's like, it was just every day I dial in, figure out what went wrong, what didn't went wrong. Changing thumbnail. Like, yeah, it's not really a talent that like I look at it as like, wow, that's a talent. But he does have an eye for his art.
Yeah, he's doing something well. Yeah, he's crushing it.
Brendan, I need auto parts, but I want a friendly staff. I want to be able to get my brake light fixed. I want to be able to get my battery checked while I'm in my car. I want windshield wiper wash.
Dude, we got you at O'Reilly Auto Parts in the business of keeping that stupid Tesla on the road. All right? O'Reilly Auto Parts offers friendly, helpful service and parts knowledge you'll need for all your maintenance and repairs, no matter what piece of junk you're driving. They got you covered, man. So whether you're a car expert or a rookie, you'll find the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts are knowledgeable, helpful, best of all, super friendly. All right? They're your one-stop shop for all things auto do-it-yourself. You can find what you need in-store or online. Stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts today or visit them at O'ReillyAuto.com/fighter. That's O'ReillyAuto.com/fighter.
Hello, and welcome to Plutofo. If you know the name of the movie you'd like to see, just stream it for free on Pluto TV, where all your blockbuster favorites are landing all summer long. Catch Anchorman, The Legend of Ron Burgundy. Fantastic. The Matrix Trilogy.
Welcome to the real world.
Mean Girls.
Shut up!
Titanic.
I'm the king of the world.
And so much more. For showtimes, press nothing. They're free 24/7.
That is so
On
effective.
Pluto TV. Stream now. Pay never.
Have you ever thought, ugh, this water is too wet?
This beach is too sandy.
Welcome to Beach Too Sandy, Water Too Wet, the podcast where we do dramatic readings of the most wild and off-the-wall reviews on the internet.
We read rave reviews about everything from Vegas weddings, matchmaking services, and Trader Joe's, to caves, toddler beds, and Spirit Halloween.
You won't believe the things people think absolutely must be said on the internet. How else would everyone know that some caves don't have Wi-Fi?
We hear about the good, like the time a couple was happily married in a Vegas dance,
And the bad, like who knew people stole from pet cemeteries.
and the ugly. Because when there's socket lettuce in a Chuck E. Cheese salad bar, it can get pretty ugly.
Join us every Wednesday wherever you listen to your podcast. Targeted by the pet cemeteries.
I was about to say, wasn't it cool? You have the same feelings with like Zuck, right? I don't trust him. Yeah, those guys.
Zuck created an actual technology that everyone in the world uses. Yeah, completely different.
But I mean, as
And
far as
Instagram, Zuck changed the way we communicate.
but they influence the world in different ways.
Now, was it a positive? Yes and no. Yes and no. Right? Yes and no. Like everything, there's a trade-off. Like everything, there's good and there's bad.
It just feels like we're going. I was watching there's a show called Ultimatum, and me and my girl were watching it. It's basically like couples go on a show, and one person in the relationship wants to get married, the other one doesn't, so they do a trial breakup and then date other people on the show and live with that person.
Oh, yeah.
And this is one,
Temptation Island.
no, Ultimatum.
Oh.
And there's one kid on the show that every time he had like a problem, he would go and actually talk to ChatGPT. He goes, how can I talk to my girlfriend about this? And it showed me like, we're at a point now where people don't actually know how to conversate or how to, because he was actually talking to his girl, like ChatGPT, and he goes, so how else do you feel? Explain. And in a way that like he sounded so robotic that I'm like, it's kind of fucking freaky.
Well, my son at 4 discovered Alexa when we were on vacation, and he was asking her all the questions. And Alexa knew that it was a child. I was talking to my son like did such a good job. And we were like, we gotta get away from this. We're gonna have
What's sad is like that gray matter in your brain that makes you a social creature, it starts to shrink at a certain point, and then now you're just another fucking robot. You're no different. Like you're talking like AI, you're answering questions that way, which is not good for a human-to-human relationship at all.
I always go like this too. Like AI is great, you have all the answers, but it's not. We can't live on just answers. It's not even. It's like that old saying, you've got all the information, but you're not any closer to the truth. It's like, okay.
Yeah, this guy was dating this girl, his own girlfriend for 4 years, and at one point on the date, he goes, what's fun to you? And I'm just like, what kind of fucking robot asks, after 6 years, what's fun to you?
What do you like to do for
How about
fun?
this? How about
Yeah, and she went, can you talk to me like a human?
Yeah.
And he goes, how do you feel about that? And I'm like,
Oh my God.
what is happening?
That's what he's been trained to do.
You ever had somebody do this? What are you excited about right now? And you're like,
Ugh.
hey, you, I don't want to talk to you.
What's your why? Fuck up.
What's your why?
Fuck up.
That's
My why's.
that's awesome. So what's your why?
What's your why?
That's embarrassing.
Seize the day.
I was at coffee with these young gals.
Sir?
I went to coffee with these young gals in Venice, and they go, so what are your goals? What are your goals?
How did that happen?
Yeah, and I went,
You're like, I'm 60
they
years old.
gave me my coffee, and I went, living them.
What's your goals? Excuse me.
When I said living them, they went, what? That's amazing. This was about 5-6 years ago, 7 years ago.
It's sad. Because you're 60. What do you mean your goals?
But
Anybody who has goals at 60, nobody, don't be interested. If I have a dream board, get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, but
Nobody cares about a 6-year-old.
if anyone doing that
Put
stuff,
on his dream board.
anyone who's actually doing that, they're not going to tell you, if they have goals and shit, they're not going to tell you. They're out
It's just your way of saying
They're not,
dream board.
you're not going to run up to them and go, what's your why? It's like, oh, buddy, you gotta get out of my box.
You got
That's
dream-
very new. Like my father's
No, I
generation.
don't do it either.
My father's
I've never
generation
done
was
that shit.
never like your father's generation. They never spoke that way.
My generation doesn't either. It's these younger kids. And then be outspoken about your mental health.
You see these bosses now are like, you see these bosses. You see
It's
this
a manifest.
No, you see these bosses now because people take mental health days, and bosses are like, I can't run my company with this shit. What do you mean a mental health day? Suck it up.
I'm really in Texas. Where would Cali be?
Yeah.
Is that a chance, sir? I guess so.
What else you got?
I mean, I didn't pull anything up yet, but real quick with the AI thing, I remember Nick was tripping out on me because I was saying hi, and then after I finished asking ChatGPT, I say thank you. He goes, "Do you actually do that?" And I told him, I go, I feel like in the future I'm not gonna be doing it because I'm doing it so often, I'm using it so often. I'm gonna stop using that in real life. I'll just be like, what's your name? Okay, let's just go. I gotta make sure I keep tabs on it.
Yeah.
But I see it too with like married couples where they tuck their kids. Like the last thing I always say to my kids is like, always. Last thing my wife always. Love you, I love you. And when I see people go, yeah, grab the pizza, click, I'm like, that's the way you I hate that. People. Yeah. But to your point, I think that's because of text, because of AI, the way they start communicating. I'm like, you know who that is, dude? What's wrong with you?
If Michael hung up the phone on me without saying that, I'd call back and be like, what the fuck?
I'm like, what happened?
Yeah, what'd I do?
What the fuck happened?
Yeah.
What's wrong? It's so weird to me.
All right, kids.
Let me show you this real quick. So Shane Gillis broke the world record for the most tickets sold for an individual, I guess, entertainer.
75,000 tickets.
That's so fucking dope.
So cool.
76,000 tickets.
Shane's the man. Let me just play this.
Gillis is now the proud Shane Gillis is now the proud world record holder for most tickets ever sold by a solo comedian with 76,212. This is a comedy show, folks. This is not WrestleMania. This is not Muhammad Ali. This is Shane Gillis telling jokes.
This makes me so happy. That's so awesome.
The official number is going anywhere from like 74 to 77,000. And again, usually these type of crowds are for an absolute spectacle. And the fact that Shane Gillis' comedy has risen to that level is fucking insane. Going on the top.
I've had Guinness show up to my shows for the least amount of people that have ever shown up to a comedy show.
That's so crazy. It's wild. Superstar shit.
It's Guinness.
He's the biggest.
If the Guinness Book of World Records shows up to your comedy show, that's fucking crazy.
You're doing something right. Shane's a man, though. He's a great guy, too. Just a great person.
Down to earth motherfucker.
All right, kids, where are you going to be at this weekend?
San Antonio, Texas, kids. I'm driving right there. Laugh out loud. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Doing a Sunday show.
It's an easy one.
Oh, it is.
Yeah, it's an easy one.
Yep, it's an easy one. It's a good one.
Nicholas?
And then I'm in Canada next month. The Friday and Saturday are selling really well. I really need more people to come out to the Thursday one.
Thursdays are tough.
In Edmonton, that's it. That's tough.
Yeah, because everything's looking good, but they're like Thursday's a little light, and I'm like,
Friday, Saturday's fun though.
yeah.
All right, kids, that's it. We love you. This is Fine Kid. We're out.
I love Tough Mudder stuff, but they never paid me. And not that it's all about money, but that it's kind of dirty. All good.
Shut up.
It's the big winner, Lake Elsinore. Now we kick this bitch off. We're 400 strong. We get ready, we get thicker, we get tired. Fun. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna have fun, we help each other out. I appreciate you guys coming out. The first wave is already gone. So I give a little leg. I'm on one leg. We're gonna fucking get it done. I appreciate you guys. Stay thick. Let's do this thing. Finish it strong, all right? Jim Ray, do you think you ever run another Tough Mudder? There have been a lot of different job eras, and that one got me running also bought a mountain bike because of you. Oh, love it, brother. As far as another Tough Mudder, I'm deep down. Truth is, Tough Mudder, use my name. Had a bunch of people sign up and never paid me. That's why I stopped doing it. I love Tough Mudder stuff, but they never paid me. And not that it's all about money, but that it's kind of dirty. No harm, no foul. All good. Damn, Dick Butter crew, though, it's some monsters, man. Some of these girls are dominating. Some of these girls are dominating. Troy Regan said 20 Thick Boy gift memberships. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you. I think we're almost over 1,000 members, kids. Just 27 years old. All right, brother.
Human, but it's not completely human. And it makes you feel uncomfortable.
I think I know what it is. I think I know what it is. The reason that you and I, the reason we all talk about fighting, okay, or we talk about sports, you know why I talk about it? Why don't we just have a conversation about levels? And the reason is because we all try hard to be good at something. And then when you see excellence, when you see real excellence that takes all the things like dedication, learning how to talk to yourself, the years, talent, all that, it somehow gets us very intrigued because we respect it, because it's something that it brings out the best in humans, okay? Then there's another side of life where some people are good at manipulating an algorithm. They're really good at creating they're good at creating something to this. So where are we going? Do you guys watch World Cup? That's it. I am so American. So I just live in New Jersey.
Hey, this is Redbeard coming live from Bob and Gas Company here in Austin, Texas, for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Here's Tony. Let's go! You guys ready to fuck some shit up tonight or what? Yippee! Big strikes for Red Band, everybody. Goddamn. What'd you do here, Red Band? You have a little spilly? Oh, I did very, very good, Red Band. Coffee. No, it's definitely not. Hell yeah. How's everybody doing? Welcome to the #1 live podcast in the world, Kill Tony, brought to you by the Red Rose and the Yellow Rose Deep Eddy Vodka Gel Blaster, the Austin Security Guard Service, and that's Dwayne and somebody else over there. How about a hand for the Austin Security Guard Service keeping us safe? I'm sorry, my handwriting was a little fucked up. And how about a hand for the band, everybody? That's the Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey Kill Tony band. God damn it, that is the one and only Michael Gonzalez on the drums. That's Paul Deemer on the horns all the way over here. That's Deep Madness on the bass guitar, everybody. And the man that put it all together, the great John D, is right down the barrel there. Tour Life hoodies available. He has his own fucking clothing company. It's unbelievable. That's the Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey Band, brought to you by Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey, the best goddamn peanut butter whiskey on planet Earth. Here's a little bit more from the amazing sponsors that made tonight's episode available for you here right now. Hey y'all, does it make sense that the same company who controls half of online retail also passively eavesdrops on your private conversations at home? What about the idea that a single company controls 90% of internet searches, runs your email service, and gets back to track everything you do on your smartphone? Big tech is more powerful than most countries are, and they profit by exploiting your personal data. It's time to put a layer of protection between your online activity and these tech juggernauts. That's why we use ExpressVPN. I use it for absolutely everything. I never browse the internet without it. I love ExpressVPN. It makes me feel like there's an extra layer of security in this dangerous, wild, nosy world we live in. Right, man?
Yeah, not only do I have it at home on all my computers, but I have it on my phone. Think about how much of your life is on the internet. Sadly, every site you visit, video you watch, or message you send gets tracked and data mined. But when you run ExpressVPN on your device, the software hides your IP address, something big tech can use to personally identify you. So ExpressVPN makes your activity harder to trace and to sell to advertisers. ExpressVPN also encrypts 100% of your internet data to keep you safe from hackers and eavesdroppers on your network. That's why ExpressVPN is rated #1 by CNET, Wired, Tech Radar, and countless others. What I like most about ExpressVPN is how easy it is to use. You just download the app on your phone or computer, tap one button, and you're protected.
So stop handing over your personal data to the big tech monopoly that mines your activity and sells your information. Protect yourself with the VPN that we trust to keep us safe online. Visit expressvpn.com/killtony. That's expressvpn.com/KILLTONY to get 3 extra months free. Go to expressvpn.com/killtony right now to learn more. Hey y'all, contrary to current headlines, several industries are heading for a hiring boom this spring, including e-commerce, healthcare, and not surprisingly, hospitality. It's one of the areas with the most growth. Not only does this industry need to hire for service positions, but also managerial positions and back office operations positions. If you need to hire qualified candidates ASAP for any of these industries or any other industry, you need ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/killtony.
How can ZipRecruiter help you grow your team? Well, ZipRecruiter uses its powerful matching technology to find the qualified candidates for a wide range of roles. See a candidate who's perfect for your job? Well, ZipRecruiter makes it easy to send them a private, personal invite so they are more likely to apply. ZipRecruiter also offers attention-grabbing labels that speak to job flexibility, like urgent, training, provided, remote, and more. Let ZipRecruiter keep your team growing strong, no matter what the industry. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day.
They have been loyal to us. We are loyal to them. What a great company. What a great podcast you're listening to. See for yourself. Go to this exclusive web address to try ZipRecruiter for free. ZipRecruiter.com/killtony. Again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/KILLTONY. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. Red Band has a new soundboard we're going to test out tonight. That should be very exciting with sound. There you go. Very good. Very good. Thank you, Red Band. It's already super annoying. So that's it. You guys ready to start tonight's episode or what? How many of you have been fans of the show for a long time? Well, then you're in for a special treat. This young lady was a regular on the show at 19 years old, 8 years ago. Since then, she flourishes. She sells out all around the world. Ladies and gentlemen, former Kill Tony regular, legend of the game, the great Ali Makovsky, everybody. Wow. Wow. Ali whiskey. Allie Makovsky's on tour. AllieMakovsky.com for tickets. She's going everywhere. Raleigh, Atlanta, San Diego, Vancouver, Sacramento, and Dania Beach. Welcome back, Allie.
Thanks for having me.
Hell yeah. You've been on this show for a long time.
Yeah,
A veteran of the game. And how long have you been doing stand-up?
I think 8 years now.
8 years. And you started like a whip.
There we go. Let's see this shit work like a motherfucker. So you say you're a pimp. It's not in your profile. No, it was, but just kind of throw people up. It's a little Ford warning. Rabbi is a pimp. Yeah.
Hey, this is Redman coming to you live from Vulcan Gas Company here in Austin, Texas. For a brand new
It
episode
says,
of Kill Tony,
warning,
give it up for
Rabbi is a
Tony.
pimp.
It's
Yeah.
Who's ready for the best goddamn night of their lives tonight, huh?
Yippee, everybody! Make some noise for Brian Redband, everyone.
Hey, everybody.
You're at Kill Tony, brought to you by the Red Rose, the Yellow Rose, Deep Eddy Vodka, Gel Blaster, Austin Security Guard Service, the best goddamn security guards in the world. Look at this guy over here. How about a hand for Dwayne, everybody? And how about a hand for the best band in all the land, the Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey Kill Tony Band, everybody. Are you guys with us tonight? We got a guy biting his nails out here, fucking tripping balls. That's the great Michael Gonzalez on the drums. John B's on the keyboard. This is Matt Mueling on the electric guitar. And that beautiful man, that's the great D Madness on the bass tonight, everybody. We're going to have a lot of fun. Before we start tonight's show, here's a little bit more from the amazing sponsors that made tonight's episode available for you here, right now. Hey y'all, here we are, 2023. This new year, you've got goals, and Factor is here to help you achieve each and every one of them. Fuel up fast with ready-to-eat, nutritious meals delivered straight to your door, leaving you time and energy to tackle everything on your to-do list. Achieve and maintain your 2023 goals with Factor. Get America's #1 ready-to-eat meal kit and start saving time, eating well, and living your best year yet. I absolutely love Factor because it's super easy, tastes amazing, it comes, straight to my door. It's fresh, never frozen, meals are ready in just 2 minutes, so all I have to do is heat and enjoy. I'm a busy guy, so this stuff is priceless. No matter your lifestyle, Factor has delicious flavor-packed meals to help you live up to the fullest with keto, calorie-smart, vegan, veggie, and protein plus options on the menu each week, prepared by chefs and approved by dietitians. Each meal has all of the ingredients you need to feel satisfied all day long. Speaking of keto, calorie smart, my
What up, baby?
Red Band is
No, seriously, when I was on keto, that was one of the hardest things, is trying to find keto food and constantly
Are you
cooking
there?
keto food. You can have Factor do it for you. And they have 34 chef-prepared, dietitian-approved weekly options. There's always something new to try. Plus, you can round out your meal and replenish your snack supply with an assortment of 36 sweet smoothies, juices, and more satisfying add-ons. Want to cut back on takeout? Get Factor instead. Not only is Factor cheaper than takeout, but meals are ready faster than restaurant to delivery in just 2 minutes. Get Factor and enjoy clean eating without the hassle. Simply choose your meals and enjoy fresh, flavor-packed meals delivered to your door, ready in just 2 minutes. No prep, no mess.
no prep, no mess. Head to factormeals.com/KillTony50 and use code KillTony50 to get, wait for it, 50% off your first box. That's code KillTony50 at factormeals.com/KillTony50 to get 50% off your first box of food. One last time, factormeals.com/Kiltony50. Get healthier, be smart, and do it fast with Factor at factormeals.com/Kiltony50. Code Kiltony50. The biggest clouds, the coldest smoke, the smoothest experience. If you enjoy smoking the good stuff or CBD but hate the throat and lung burning, then you gotta check out today's sponsor, Freeze Pipe. Freeze Pipe makes a unique line of freezable pipes, bubblers, bongs, and more, engineered to cool smoke by over 300 degrees. Freeze Pipe is your answer for the smoothest way to light up. I gotta tell you, I've been doing a lot of yoga lately, a lot of cardio. I think I'm in the best shape of my damn life. And I have always been an extreme blunt smoker. You know, I'm friends with Snoop Dogg and those types of people. You know, the blunt smokers in the world, if you know what I'm talking about. However, lately I've been using this amazing freeze pipe to keep my lungs crystal clean and super clear and under control. And freeze pipe is the best way to do it. Red Band, you've been doing this yourself, right?
Oh yeah, I love it. I've been using it every day. The secret is the freezable glycerin chambers that come on every piece. Pop one of these in the freezer for 1 hour, and as you smoke, it passes through this icy chamber. It instantly cools it down for a dramatically smooth and chilly toast. Glycerin is a non-toxic fatty gel commonly found in food and sweeteners. It freezes quicker than water and stays frozen longer. Putting ice in your bong is one thing, but chilling smoke through a frozen glycerin chamber will change how you light up forever.
With a 4.4-star rating and thousands of reviews, check out Freeze Pipe's entire line of high-quality glass at thefreezepipe.com and use code TONY for 10% off your order. That's thefreezepipe.com and use code TONY for 10% off. Shop today. Your throat and lungs will thank you. Are you guys ready to start tonight's show or what? Man, oh man, this is just one of those weeks where I just can't believe it. 3 paid regulars, 3 unbelievably great comedians of our modern time, of all time, 3, all at the same goddamn time. Unbelievable. How excited I am. 3 of my favorites. Make some noise for Punky Johnson, Jim Florentine, and Eddie Pepito. Wow. Saturday Night Live, Punky Johnson. The great Jim Florentine, Eddie Pepito. Punky motherfucking Johnson. Guys, make some noise for our guests. Wow. 3 of my favorites all at once. We've all worked together forever. Punky and I worked at the Comedy Store together fucking a decade and a half ago. She is now one of the stars, truly, of Saturday Night Live. How cool is that? She used to get me so drunk you would not believe. I would stand at her bar at the front of the Comedy Store, literally the front patio, and I would sit there and we would get drunk as fuck and talk about how maybe one day we could fucking pass out little leather joke books to people trying out stand-up and shit. Dreams are coming true. How about a hand for the great Eddie Pepitone, ladies and gentlemen? He's here visiting yet again. Eddie's all over on tour, right, Eddie? You just finished a weekend here. Where can people get tickets for your shows?
EddiePepitone.com.
Perfect. Couldn't have said it better myself.
I wish I had some wittier to say. It's a great town, and thanks for coming in.
And how about a hand for the great Jim Florentine return? These guys have all done this show before. Jim has a podcast, Everybody is Awful, available everywhere. Jim, you're the fucking man. I've been listening to you forever, since I was a little kid, listening to Howard Stern and fucking however long ago that was.
Yeah, it was a long time ago.
Yeah.
Thanks for fucking aging me. I appreciate it. But yeah, no was, man. I appreciate it.
yeah.
And this is my first time doing Kill Tony.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
Shit, that is crazy. I feel like he's done it before. That's wild. Well, I feel like you've done it before. That's probably a really good sign. How many of you know what the fucking show you're at right now even is? You might know that lately over 150 people have been signing up every single week for the opportunity. They're stacked out on the sidewalk right now. They're packed into the corner. Comedians, make some noise. Are you guys back there? hear that? You hear that sad roar? You ever just hear a bunch of wounded lions before it? Anyway, if I pull their name out of the bucket, they get 60 seconds. You know the time is up and hear the sound of a kitten. That means they have to wrap it up then, or else they bring out the angry West Hollywood bear, which followed us here all the way from Los Angeles. It just roars when people go over their time, cuts them off, and then I interview them, and we find out more about them all together. The whole thing's improvised. Anything can happen at any given moment. You guys ready to start this fucking show or what? Yeah. Well, your first comedian going up tonight is not out of the bucket. In fact, it is one of our great regulars. He starts off every single show. We've watched the boy go from sleeping in his van, eating fucking oatmeal cookies all day and all night. Now he's rich. He just sold out a whole weekend in fucking Hawaii. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Hans Kim.
I love Texas because everyone has guns here. It even things out for skinny boys like me. What are you gonna do? Shoot me? I'll just turn sideways. I was just in Honolulu. I thought every public bathroom had a bidet in it, but turns out I was just sitting on a homeless guy peeing in my butthole. So the Chinese balloon got shot down. Man, these gender reveal parties are getting out of hand. You know it was a girl because there was no confetti in it. In China, it's gender reveal parties are also called abortion reveal parties. Boy, or try again. Thank you.
Hans motherfucking Kim. Coming in strong, fresh off of Hawaii.
Hell yeah.
You're living that life, Hans.
Yeah, thank you, Tony.
I love it. I wrote a note down here, homeless guy peeing in my butthole. It's a shame we don't give out, like, Academy Awards in this business, because that may be one of the best written anythings I've ever heard in my entire life. It worked. That's the crazy part, is that it worked. Hans, how do you feel?
I feel amazing, as always. Another blessed day in the life under Tony Hinchcliffe's tutelage.
I don't know if I can take all the credit, but thank you. I still like it every time you say it. You are doing really good. Anything crazy happen in Hawaii?
I went to Pearl Harbor, the site of our biggest W.
Was that you guys that did that?
The diaspora.
Did you notice anything in particular that stood out to you at Pearl Harbor?
The profound sense of loss. The sadness. Yeah, it's just like a museum to like a horrible time. It's like, why don't you make a museum for like, you know, something awesome? It's like, they should pave it over and make like a We Drop Nukes on Japan museum.
That is true. This is your guys' first time seeing Hans Kim. He's a pro. He's a regular here on this show. Any initial thoughts or anything about Hans?
Can I, you're not planning on going corporate in your life ever, right? Because you're never going to get a job. I just need you to stay in comedy and stick to it strong because, you know, you got some cancelable shit. And a lot of people can't handle it, and I love it. So you keep on going.
That is hilarious. That is true. Punky is a real fucking straight up thug that has to basically put on a business suit. I bet every time that access card opens the gate, you're like, fold him again. Let's go. Jim Florentine.
You know, I saw Hans open an arena with Rogan and Tony and Joey Diaz on the show too. And I never heard of Hans. And I'm like, who the fuck is this guy going on first? And he killed like 20,000 people. I'm like, holy fuck. And that wasn't easy, man. It was really inspiring, because I never heard of you just to go on first in front of 20,000 people, just being comfortable up there and not panicking or anything like that. And your jokes are so brutal and awful. I loved it. And I mean that in a nice way. To just, yeah, like you said, Monkey, he's fun. Yeah.
It's amazing.
He's not going to be on network TV, but that's what people love about him.
Yeah, he's doing Texas style comedy out here. Eddie Pepitone, any thoughts on the Great Hans?
No.
Yeah. Hans, you do it every week. We love you. You're a stone cold assassin. We love watching you grow. It's very, very, very hard to write and perform a new minute every week. You do it. Thank you, Hans Skin. Thank you, guys. That was Hans Skin. That was Hans Skin. That was Hans Skin. To the bucket we go. You guys ready for some crazy shit? I promise you, anything can happen. We're going to start off with someone named Shane Bianchi. Cheyenne, perhaps Bianchi. If handwriting is any indication of what we're in for, it's about to get wild. Shane, Serene Bianchi, Celine, could be Shireen, Sherm, Shane Bianchi.
So I drink to black out a lot. Yeah. And whenever I do that, I never get worried that I did something embarrassing. I was just worried I'd spilled my emotions. You know? I just go up to my buddy and I'm like, hey, I didn't forgive my dad last night, did I? And he's just like, nah, you just peed in your own mouth. And I'm like, thank God. I found out recently that big feet means big penis. And if that's true, how come we call it Bigfoot instead of the fat cock monster? Yeah, maybe that's why he's blurry, you know? They just gotta censor out that huge cock. Oh, wow, okay.
Hell yeah. Shane Bianchi? Am I saying that correctly?
Yeah. Shane Bianchi or Shane Bianchi.
You don't care how people say it?
Absolutely not.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, it's supposed to be Bianchi because my dad's from Pittsburgh, but he said Bianchi because he moved to Nashville and Bianchi sounds too foreign.
Wow.
Yeah.
Your last name is evolving.
Oh, yeah.
Incredible. Well, welcome to the show, Shane. How long have you been doing stand-up?
5 years.
5 years. Where at?
I moved, I was started in Nashville, and then a year ago I moved to LA.
So you started stand-up in Nashville, not at Hogwarts? What is that? Redman's very excited about something right now. No, I love. Oh, there it is. There's the. Sometimes you can pick the song, but it's where you play the song. Really. I love it. Welcome, Shane. So what do you do for work? What is a guy like you? You look like you play the organ in a haunted coffee shop. John B is live on the keyboard. Like haunted coffee shop music.
Who wants an Americano? Perhaps a double espresso.
All right. Wild animals. I love it. So Shane, what do you do for work?
I drive for Uber. I just do Uber Eats.
Oh, a haunted Uber driver. Everybody, fucking welcome to my car. I expect
right. I expect 5 stars and 5 stars only. Welcome to my Honda Civic. It is a 4-door. Capable of carrying I almost passed out there for a second. Laughing and performing at the same time is not easy. But you bring that out in me. You have a look that is it's hilarious.
Oh, thank you.
Jim Florentine.
Yeah, almost like Damian Eccles from the West Memphis 3. That's what I thought he was. I like him because he's weird and he's socially awkward, and that means he's going to be a good comic. He's already got good jokes.
Totally, 100%.
Right.
Got star power.
You will never fit in anywhere. It'll be great.
Hell yeah. Absolutely. Hunky, what do you think about this fucking Chucky doll mixing in with society?
I don't really want to say what I really think. I'm scared of this nigga. Columbine is the first thing that comes to my mind. But honestly, I feel like your comedy is really funny. It's like your setup punchline is like super, honestly, expertish to me, and you kind of give me a vibe of Kinnison on some shit.
Yeah.
So,
I don't feel Guinness.
I feel Hepburn. In any matter, you carry yourself extremely well. Do you have like a background in performing, or is it just the 5 years of stand-up? You do music or something?
No, I don't do anything interesting. Just stand up.
Right.
Yeah.
What else other than driving Uber? Like, is there a hobby that you're passionate about or something other than stand-up?
I'm not old enough to have a hobby.
How old are you?
Like 25. So,
I told you, he's a fucking weirdo. He's going to be great. He's going to be great.
I want to thank you for going after Bigfoot. And I have a possible tag. How about Big Dick?
Yeah. That sound confirms that will make you money into the notepad it goes. Look at that. Can't lock it up.
oh Lord, I thought you was pulling out a gun. Jesus Christ! Don't go in your pocket, boy. Shit.
You thought he was going to pull out a gun, monkey? Right?
Oh, there it is. The pencil was a gun the whole time.
I would love to have you on the Secret Show Thursday.
Oh.
I think it's in town.
We had some cool handmade leather Bill Tony book from the Great Bonsai. Can you catch this?
yeah.
It's a sweet joke book.
Yeah. I gotta say one more thing. Oh, yeah. Can I say one more thing?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll be up to do Secret Show though, because I'm leaving Wednesday.
Oh, well, that's just a sad ending. You could have said that after the show. But I mean, you're still live, my friend. You're in showbiz right now. Yeah, what an energy killer that was. Give me the fucking joke book back. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Tony, he's got to get back to LA. He's got hobbies to get to. So,
Better time to start than now. There he goes, everybody. Shane Bianchi, everyone. And so it has begun. Uber. This is a Chrysler Series. All right, Philip Abraham, you are next on Kill Tony, straight out of the bucket. Looks like a new name. We love meeting newbies here. A lot of sign-ups lately. You guys having fun out there? How do we feel, Austin? You with us? Drink up, my friends. The night is young. One more time for Philip Abraham.
Hey, y'all. I just signed a big deal. I'm really excited about it. And I feel pretty comfortable with y'all. So I signed a deal with HBO the other day. $9.95 a month, full access to the entire catalog. been in casual relationships. I just had a one-night stand that went pretty bad. We've been married a couple of years now. So when I was a kid, I asked my parents for a skateboard, and they said we couldn't afford it. So one night late at night, I snuck out of bed and I went to the garage, and I got some wood, got a hammer, and I went up to their bedroom.
Wow, Philip Abraham, everybody, making his what I do believe is his Kill Tony debut, correct?
God damn.
Shut the fuck up, Phil.
All right.
I was not expecting someone scarier than Shane Bianchi, and somehow here comes the comedian who looks you directly in the eyes while doing punchlines. Wow. This is incredible. Are you Shane's dad from Nashville? No, I'm kidding. So, Philip, let's talk about it. This has to be, what, your first time doing stand-up, right?
3 weeks.
3 weeks, okay. First of all, you have to literally lose the oldest joke of all time, the HBO joke, which I have heard it for 16, 17 years continuously. I can't imagine how long the two legends, I'm sorry to give your age away again, Jim.
25 years, probably about 25 years.
Right, I mean, like, continuously.
Yeah.
So 45, and he's heard it. So, I mean, I'm pretty sure that predates even HBO, and somehow you are doing the HBO joke.
It was the Columbia Broadcasting Network, and I updated.
What?
Columbia Broadcasting Network. 1950s.
Okay. Philip. Jesus Christ. Alright, so you've been doing stand-up for 3 weeks.
Yes, sir.
You're doing some old-ass fucking bullshit like jokes that you read out of a joke book right now because you're scared. So let's talk about what you actually could be talking about. Do you have any jokes where you actually talk about something that your perspective on, like, what ethnicity are you? Let's start there, because you look.
He looks like the bad guy from Indiana Jones, like Hamada.
Very good, Philip. Okay.
It's crazy, Tony. It's crazy. I thought Shane had a gun. I think this nigga got a bomb. We gotta get the fuck out of here, people.
I hope the wands are working tonight. I hope the fucking bomb wands are working tonight.
The cord just fell off, so
Okay.
I think that's a sign.
All right, Philip. Very good. Yep. It's getting scarier. What do you do for work, Philip?
I work at the cemetery. I do like bombing.
Jesus fucking Christ. What is going on here tonight? Is this a special Halloween episode of Kill Tony? Is someone pranking me right now? Well, I work at the cemetery, Tony.
For the state.
Okay, what do you do for the state? Like that changes anything. For the state, it's a totally different type of cemetery. Everybody's alive. So stupid. Oh my God. Ladies and gentlemen, Grow Rogan is here. Wow. Austin's own. Jim, what do you think about this?
Russell Peters.
It is.
So Richard,
But what nationality are you, though?
South Indian.
Yeah.
South Indian wavy gravy.
John D's hitting us with a little bit of South Indian music there with the left hand. Pretty easy to do if you know the fucking tones. You know what I'm saying? Do you listen to South Indian music still?
Maybe a little bit.
Oh, shit. This sounds like the kind of guy that likes a little remix. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Okay. Tell us about the fun part of your life. How old are you? You seem like you could be anywhere between 140 and 300 years old. You seem like you have like a special 40, like a curse or something. I don't know. 40 years old. What have you done with your life? You have a family or anything? Or what's the story? What have you been doing the last 40 years? Jesus
40
Christ.
years. Just failing a lot.
What do you mean? guys talk about it? Oh, God. You've said nothing since you got up here. You did old-timey jokes, and in the interview you said cemetery. I didn't get anything more. I'm trying to find out about you. This is where you would start finding out if you can fucking write material in an art form.
I've done a lot of stuff.
Like what?
Writing obituaries.
What else? Other than writing obituaries, give us one more thing from your entire 40 years on planet Earth. You can say anything right now.
Ice cream shop. I worked at an ice cream shop. Makes the ice.
What the fuck kind of ice cream shop is this? Would they order the Iraqi Road? I'm on steroids. What were you doing at this ice cream shop exactly? I'm trying to figure this out. Were you just in charge of melting the ice cream at the end of the night?
I used to dip my ball head into the ice cream.
Oh, wow. Do you have a funny bone in your entire body?
No, not right now.
Have you ever made anyone laugh like at a dinner?
I have, I swear.
Can you give us an example of that? Can you tell us about that time? Can you sort of lay the scene and then we'll be like, oh, that was funny. Or we'll be like, fuck, he did it again. The thing that he does. That one guy did that one thing the whole time. And Tony was really trying.
I want to say one thing, okay? I'm going to be supportive because we've been shitting on you, okay?
Can I get some water?
I'm trying to be supportive and this motherfucker asking for shit. You know what? I don't even want to do it no more.
No, come on.
Listen, I want you to laugh at your pain. Like, you saying a lot of funny stuff, but you're not like saying the things around it that can make it funny. Like, you work at an ice cream shop, you can say a whole bunch of things that a lot of us don't know about that's funny besides you putting your nuts in the ice cream. Like, don't make shit up. Like, say what actually happened because it could be funny. You write obituaries? I ain't no better motherfucker than wrote an obituary. That is hilarious. But like, say stuff.
I got bribed once by a funeral parlor to write an obituary.
Yeah, tell us a true story.
There's nothing, yeah.
You know what? I want you to work on believing in yourself because you got a lot of things that you've done and you don't believe that it's funny, but it is. So work on it and you're going to be great, man. You just got to believe it.
That's true. I don't think you have what it takes at all to do that. At all. I'm still over here cooking up jokes about ISIS cream and shit like that. This is Kill Tony.
There's no reason I should be up here.
I'm getting kind of like he kind of reminds us of our friend Ty Rivera. You a little bit. What's your sex life like? You gay?
I'm not fucking.
You're not fucking anything, but you're not saying you're not gay. You're just afraid your South Indian parents might watch this podcast and you're gay.
They're not watching.
Right. Are you gay?
No. I mean, I'll take what I can get.
Like dead people? That's gay, everybody. That's gay. Welcome to another episode of That's Gay. No, I'm not. I mean, I would fuck a guy, but I'm not. Ladies and gentlemen, there was the Kill Tony debut of Philip. Can you catch? Philip, can you catch? Yeah, Philip Abraham, everybody. All right. What do we got? Ladies and gentlemen, another one of your regulars, an absolute legend, famous for his joke writing and fucking roasting skills. He does it every single week. One of the baddest motherfuckers on planet Earth. It is David Lucas, everybody. Make some noise for David, everybody.
Yeah. I got the new iPhone. It's not as racist as the old iPhone. I tried to type the word nigga and the phone refused to spell the word nigga. It was like, perhaps you mean Nigeria. Or maybe you mean Nicaragua. I was like, no, I mean nigga. The phone was like, definition, please. I was like, Fred, partner, my nigga. most women, like if I see a girl with a flat stomach and a fat booty and nice titties, like I don't trust her. Because if she's flawless, I know that the flaw is in that bitch's head. Give me a bitch without a home.
Exactly a minute. Every single week, 4 years, selling out everywhere, killing all over the place. My man.
Tony, what are you doing here? You should be laying eggs to feed the world.
Oh, wait, are you making fun of?
We got an egg shortage, nigga. We need an hen to fucking drop some eggs. Ain't no eggs at Whole Food, HEB, nowhere. We need to get up out of there, bro.
Are you calling me a chicken head right now?
I'm calling you a hen, nigga.
I love it. So you got a new iPhone. That's cool. How many bytes? How many bytes did it take you to eat it? Those are megabytes. I love you're wearing one of Jay Leno's car covers here tonight. So beautiful.
Tony got that white on, nigga, dressed like the Easter Bunny. Man, what the fuck wrong with you? White and red, boy, you sitting next to Marshawn Lynch's daughter, nigga.
Hold on. Nah, I wasn't trying to fuck with you tonight, David, okay? Now see, now you gonna make me go crazy.
When you eat pussy, they call you beast mode.
Alright, you got a lot to say for them rolls to be stacking up on you like a sack of laundry, nigga. You better get the fuck. Alright, now don't make me come at your ass. Come on, hit you with me and Tony. Let's go, motherfucker. What's up? What's up?
You look like you go to the women's bathroom, but you still pee standing up.
I sure the fuck do. That ain't even a joke, nigga. That's my real life. What's up? I stand in taller than most of you motherfuckers in the bathroom. Alright? You ain't cutting shit in this bitch for pieces of pie, motherfucker. Get the fuck out of here. What's up?
It's weird. She stands up to pee. I sit down to pee. Don't ask questions, all right?
SNL for punk is stand for Saturday Night Lesbians.
Oh, that's why they wrong. That's why they wrong, man. It should be S&D. Saturday Night Nights. That's what's going on around here.
Hell,
Big dog.
yes. Absolutely. I can relate because I, too, am a lesbian. I feel the same way.
And Tony, he looked like he do that thumb trick in front of kids. You know what they talking about? Yeah, nigga, like he'll do that thumb trick. Hey, y'all want to see something cool?
David is smashing on.
I tried to be good.
Thank you, David. Thank you, David. Every time I watch you, which is never, I get more each time. And tonight, you reminded me of a Malcolm X who didn't give a fuck anymore.
And you dress like you collect paintings, nigga. Shut your ass up. Motherfucker got a room with nothing but pottery and weird ass paintings. You just sitting there and smoke a cigar and admire them. So I'm $5 million in this room. Look at this, you crazy as a motherfucker. I know you drop a whole Volkswagen Beetle with that hat. That hat look like it came with a card trick, nigga. Like, you're playing 3 cards money. They got me quick. I get it $20. Go to gym. That nigga like he do midnight stock at Target. That motherfucker dressed like one of the. He dressed like he used to hang out with Tony Hawk, nigga. I'm the one that showed that nigga the 360 kick flip. Let's hear what you gotta say, looking like Mrs. Doubtfire, man. Robin Williams head ass nigga, the front row. You look like the daddy from Beethoven, nigga. Your ass. You better name him something because when he tears my house up, I gotta call him something.
David, I loved you on the TV show, My 600-Pound Life. Honestly, you should audition for that, but you probably have to lose a couple pounds.
You look like a nigga that'd get his car stolen in Grand Theft Auto. CJ and kick you out of your own car. You'd be like, what the hell?
Hey, David, forget about stand-up. Do a fucking sit-up.
Oh, shit! Oh, my God! Oh, my God! Yeah! Oh!
No, don't cheer for that bullshit. Fuck y'all.
I mean, what a fucking wrecking ball. What a fucking star. Every goddamn time. I mean, to watch this type of performance become more and more natural. Nobody's doing anything like it. You're killing it. Ladies and gentlemen, David fucking Lucas. Wow. Wow. Jesus fucking Christ. Come on, make some noise one more time for David Lucas. It's not easy to do. Alright. Goddamn. That's a tough act to follow. Clayne Willard, or perhaps Kavain Quain. I mean Clayne, it starts with a K. Willard. KDA. K. Jane Willard.
I was talking to two women the other day. I don't know if that's believable, but they were talking about the same man that they both slept with. And one of them was like, yeah, he's got that Versace dick. I was like, is that what women do? They just take a man's penis and assign it to a fashion brand? No. It made me think about myself. I was like, I might have that Oshkosh Bagosh dick. Maybe a bugle boy on a good day. I don't know, I noticed that women, sometimes when they have sex after they moan, they'll say the word fuck. They'll be like, fuck. And then I notice sometimes when women play tennis after they hit the ball, they're like, I wish they did that in tennis. I wish they were like, tennis. Fuck it. I'm about to start doing that in my life, you know? Comedy.
Yeah. Is it K. Dane?
K. Dane, yeah.
K. Dane.
My name's Kevin, but I don't like Kevin, so I took it out.
Why don't you like Kevin?
I don't know, I just don't like how it sounds, you know?
Do you hate your mother?
It was actually my dad that picked it. I hate him, yeah, no.
You do hate your dad?
No, he's a good guy. He's actually a deaf stand-up comedian himself. It's pretty interesting.
Wow.
Guy.
Wow. Good thing he couldn't hear the jokes you did tonight. Stupid. When in Rome, you know what I mean? You gotta make that joke. That's incredible. But you're close with him? How long have you been doing this?
4 years. He started like a year before me, so I got to watch him do it for a little while.
And you're like, shit, if he could do it, I can do it.
That's right.
Right. Incredible. So you guys go out sometimes and do it together?
Yeah. We would do it together. We did shows together in Rochester, New York.
Is that where you live?
I'm from there, but I moved here a couple months ago.
Oh, congratulations. You've been in Austin for 2 months. What do you love about Austin? Did your deaf father follow you here?
No. He's going to visit soon, though, but he's not here. Austin's great. I don't know. I just like the fact that I can actually do comedy more than twice a week, like in Rochester.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, upstate New York is hell. We've said it many times on this show. It is truly one of the most depressing.
Well, Jim comes there. You skip it. But...
Yeah. No, I literally said an oath years ago that I would never go back to upstate New York. And I do. I sometimes will swing by Buffalo. Buffalo is the exception, also the former home of Chuck D's. Let me ask you this. Is your dad, like, really deaf? Or is he just kind of
completely deaf? Like, if there's a siren, then he can hear it, but he can't really know what it is. You know what I mean?
Does he do, like, how does he do stand-up if he doesn't have the timing of the audience or the room at all? Like, it sounds like a fucking train wreck.
Well, he lost his hearing when he was 13. So,
what happened?
Mercury poisoning.
Oh my god.
Yeah. People drank thermometers back in that. Yeah, his brother went away to college and just left some mercury in the room that my dad moved into. My dad was like, "What the fuck is this?" and started touching it, and it. Are you serious?
So your uncle has had to deal with the guilt of making his brother deaf?
I never spoke to him about it, but I guess.
You've never spoken to your uncle about how he made your father deaf? That never came up in conversation? Or you never made a joke in this family of comedians? No one ever said, hey, hopefully they didn't put mercury in the turkey this year. I mean, somebody's got to fucking acknowledge the awkwardness of the situation, right? There's no fucking, Mercury's always in retrograde with us, you know what I mean? Like, there's got to be some acknowledgement of the fact that fucking old whoop whoop, you know what I mean?
I was waiting for somebody else to bring it up, honestly.
Right? Is your dad ever like, ooh, or whatever, you know what I mean? I'm sorry, D. Am I okay? Is it okay to make fun of deaf people in front of you? I don't know what the code is. You get along with deaf people, or is that like a thing? Like, do they annoy you? I'd imagine sometimes you guys are in like the same line or the same parking spot or some shit. You got hired by a deaf guy? Oh, fuck yeah. God, you're so talented. You're nothing like this guy's father. It's incredible. So, what do you do for actual work? How do you make a living?
Well, I've been trying to find a job out here. It's tough. I'm a felon. A felony.
Wait, you're a felon?
Yeah.
Oh, wait, what? Breaking into women's underwear stores is, how are you a felon?
I'm a retired drug dealer.
What?
Yeah.
What kind of drugs are you dealing?
It was Molly.
Candy cigarettes? What's going on?
Imagine trying to buy drugs from Aunt Woody from Toy Story.
Oh, there's a gram in my boot. This shit will get you Buzz Lightyear, you know what I mean? Wow, you were the Molly guy? Can you give us an example of like how you would sell drugs? Like, can you give us, say you're at a concert right now and you see a bunch of people, like what would you say?
No, it's one of those things where you just, you have it and then it just sells itself, I guess.
Wow, you're a really good salesman. This Molly sells itself. Like, all right, I guess I'll have 4 pieces. So how'd you get caught? What was that like?
The guy that was getting it from China. And he was like, dude, this email is like encrypted, bro. Like, but then, Homeland Security found, was watching the emails.
Wait, you were sending Molly to China?
No. He was getting it from China. Dark web.
This is your dealer? Your dealer was getting it from China.
That's right.
Right.
And he was like, the email's encrypted. You don't have to worry about it. Wow. But the whole time, it was not encrypted.
That's incredible.
Oh, wow. They saw me,
My goodness.
Wow. So yeah.
Wow. So when did they just show up to your door or something like that? Because you look like a cop. You have like undercover cop energy. So if that happened to me and I was you, when they're like, you're under arrest, I'd be like, no, you're under arrest. I've been doing a sting operation on you guys. It seems like it would be believable. You seem like a very, very straight and narrow.
I know, I didn't think of it at the time because I was kind of scared.
Yeah, it wouldn't have worked at all.
So you can get they look at that record, you can't tell them it was just Molly.
Yeah, he's an international drug dealer. Yeah, there's no remorse for Molly, right? It's basically heroin or anything else.
Might as well be. Yeah.
You could be a Lyft driver.
I'll try that. Yeah, that's a good idea.
There you go. Screw you, ZipRecruiter. Redman is out here making dreams come true.
The only problem is right before I moved here, I got a DWI.
The old Rochester special. Nothing better living in a place where there's nothing to fucking do. Just get blacked out and fucking... How'd you get a DUI? Did he catch you?
It was one of those days, where you start drinking at noon.
Then one of those days where you start drinking. Some of us have fucking careers though, right?
Well, yeah.
Okay, so what happened? You start drinking at noon,
And then, yeah, and
some young dame broke your heart.
no, I was why is that?
Dame? Dame? I meant Dame.
No, I just drank all day, and then I went to drive home at 11:30, and I wasn't following like the rules of the road, you know.
Oh, very good. That's one way of putting it. Sure. Was there one rule specifically that you fucked up on?
Well, it was funny because I didn't even get caught by the police. Like, I was driving so recklessly, a guy was like, I'm just gonna follow this guy and call the cops on him.
Oh shit! You got citizens arrested,
Yeah.
bro. Now you know you're drunk when some guy's leaning out of his window like, woo, woo. You're fucked, bro. I'm gonna follow your ass all the way home.
Yeah, I was literally 1 minute from my house, and he was riding my bumper, and I got out of the car. I was like, what the fuck, dude? And then he didn't say anything for like 10 seconds, then he turned around, and he was like, I'll just let them deal with it. And the cops pulled around the corner.
Oh, my. There you go. All right, K-Dane Willard. Well, congratulations on getting on the show. Anything else for K-Dane? You guys have anything? Here you go. You want one of these, K-Dane? It's a joke book. There you go. There he goes, K-Dane Willard walking off with a joke book from the great Boneseye. Check him out on Instagram, BONEZEYE. No Jared Nathan tonight, correct? He's not here, right? Is that right? No Jared? There is no Jared. Right. But, ladies and gentlemen, we have another golden ticket winner who's never even performed here in Austin. He hasn't turned in on his golden ticket in forever. We met this young man in Seattle, Washington, I believe it was 5 or 6 years ago. Literally one of the very few golden ticket winners ever in the history of the show. Here for his Austin Kill Tony debut. Make some noise for Todd Royce, everybody. He's a funny guy. You're in for a special treat. One more time for Todd Royce, everyone. Come on.
What's up, Austin? I'm wearing a brand new shirt that I just ordered recently online. The guy actually called me and said, hey, Todd, you ordered a 5XL. Want to make sure that wasn't a typo. I said, typo? No, it's probably type 2. A friend of mine told me the other day that these glasses make me look like Jeffrey Dahmer never stopped eating people. Look, I don't always take responsibility for things in my life, but I blame my weight on my mom because when I was a kid, she let me eat whatever I wanted. She wasn't like one of these parents that let their kids get gender reassignment surgery, but she did let me grow my own tits. So, the ladies love a peck pop. I do it for them. And I'm sorry, ladies, I am married. I've been married for 15 years. My wife has seen me naked a lot. Like, my wife has seen my dick more times than I have. Thank you.
Another new minute from Todd Royce, everybody. Very fucking cool. One of the few golden ticket winners ever, which is when you have such a great performance on a road show that you can check in and be on any episode of Kill Tony from then on. And it has been at least, 3 years since we've seen you?
It's 3 years. It was like 2 weeks before the shutdown.
Right.
Up in Vancouver.
Yep.
You've lost a lot of weight. It's good to see that. I have. I'm down 3.5 pounds in 3 years.
It is incredible. I've never seen pecs get flexed like that.
Imagine the strength of my pecs. They have to, I mean, come on.
Yeah, I mean, if you could do that with those, I can't imagine what's hidden underneath there.
There is a well-shaped, good person underneath all this fat.
I love it.
I love the way you're looking at me. You love it.
I'm talking to a beautiful, beautiful young woman in the front.
Look how many, there are. There's beautiful women, good-looking guys, a gay guy, I think.
Right now,
I'm guessing. I don't know. I'm just, my assumption.
It is true. I love it. Todd, you look like a balloon that we would fly over China. Just an American fucking research balloon. That's what it should look like, right? Let's get a Bucky's t-shirt on this guy and float him over there. Let's fucking go. You look like an American weather balloon.
That should be my new wrestling name.
Yeah. Or a new album or a special or whatever.
Yeah.
So what's been going on with your stand-up? We know that you're from the Seattle area. We saw you in Seattle. We saw you in Vancouver. Legend of the show. What's going on now?
I moved to Las Vegas, and then I got fired. And now I just do comedy. Now I'm actually doing a tour. I was down here. I'm doing a show here in Austin tomorrow night.
What was the job that you had in Vegas that you got fired from?
I was working for a granite company. I was doing credit.
Okay. Right.
It sucked when I got fired from that job. Got my 401k and severance check. So
yeah, 401k. Is that you talking about the scale?
That's the weight. Yeah. That's my new goal weight.
Yeah. Yeah, your doctor's like 401, not K. Not K. I like your style though. So how you making money?